Okay, I do believe we are live. Apologies everyone for being late. There have been a few things that I have... how do I say this? Wait, this should be here, I think. Yeah, this is probably going to be here. There have been a few things that are not quite according to plan. I have said this week is going to be quite hectic. I underestimated. Yes, even me, the narrator of realities, can underestimate and not foresee all of the things. I have left a few things that have not been spoiled even for me in the Threads of Fate. That said, that results in situations like these. Regardless, I am apparently not the only one who has a few things in store for them, a few surprises we are about to see. Now, from my understanding, from my very basic understanding, might I add, how do I say this? Something I should mention. As far as I know, the Niji-Sanji contracts, they are to some extent personalized to each individual, and at times they can vary quite a bit. So this is a standard contract. This is the basis of their contracts of a Niji-Sanji talent. I don't know who leaked it. I don't know how Legalmindset got to it. But since it's how do I say this? It's out there in the world now, and it's basically a free-for-all. I want a piece of the pie. But more than that, I want to give my insights, my understanding on the matter, as both someone who has a full-time job, someone who has applied to this company before, although I would probably not apply again, not just because of all the madness that we have been noticing, but let's just say that things have happened, a lot of things, and I don't really feel like I want to be part of a company. A group of friends, maybe that will happen at some time. But that's my choice, and if that time comes, it will be on my terms, so to say. However, small disclaimer, I have seen about 10, maybe at most 12 minutes of this 4-hour stream right here. It was madness. To say that this was madness is the understatement of the century, so let's just hop right in. Oh, wait. There we go. I think now everyone should be hearing the actual stream. Good choice of music, though. Legalmindset. Greetings, good sir. Oh, Andrew is your name. I was not aware. Okay, I see he did his research. Okay. What?
Degenerates. You guys degenerate.
I do not agree with the previous statement.
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded.
That won't be that hard.
Okay.
Good to see you. Good morning, good evening, or good night, wherever you are.
Okay, this is a bit loud for my ears.
This is a Legal Mindset.
Okay.
You should be your own judge, and I'm Andrew Esquire. Hope you guys are having an excellent day today. We're doing good.
It's been better. It's been better.
We're gonna have a great one. Yes, I know my face. I caught my face in the middle of that exchange. No, I've been doxxed. But we're gonna have a great one today, and it's good to see everybody.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be so good.
Almost 2,000 of you right now, which is awesome.
2,000 live. Congrats, my dude.
Excited today because this is something that I have wanted to do for a long time from the beginning of this, and we're gonna do it today. And we're gonna.
Also, I just want to pause for a little bit. I've said it before. I know at least to some of my close friends that I have had them keep quiet about it. I have known about some of the content between the more edited Nijisanji contracts. It's why I didn't go as hard as other people on the talents, because I know what conditions they are under. I haven't mentioned this publicly before, but I did have a better idea than most people. That said, I know one other person who knew about, who probably knows about said contracts and what is probably in them. And that is Lux, and I think he's at least half as happy as I am to be reacting to this at some point. I'm curious about his reaction and takes on this. We don't always see eye to eye on a lot of things. I tend to be a bit more impartial, a bit more fair. I tend to try and see the other side. That's just my nature. I also tend to have a few things that I find completely irredeemable, unlike him. But we shall see. Maybe that's something for another time. Maybe I'll get into the whole react to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction at some point. Maybe something will happen. Maybe people might like that. We shall see. For now, back to the video.
Do it live, right? We're not just gonna do it like, oh well, this is Andrew's like, this is Andrew pre-recording a video. No, we're doing this live on it.
F it, we'll do it live.
Going through a Nijisanji contract. So this is going to be absolutely great.
Oh yeah,
this
it
is
will.
exclusive to this channel. Nobody else has done it. It's not from anywhere else.
Yeah, because most other people don't have one.
Nobody else has done. So you're just going to see it here on this channel. It's going to be absolutely perfect.
You do have his channel here. I highly recommend watching his other stuff. It's pretty good.
My stream. Let me just also be very, very clear. I was hanging out with some friends last night, so I was maybe drinking. So
oh no,
I might have when I was creating the thumbnails for last night, you know, been a little bit.
I see. Got that clip. I need that.
Like, oh, okay, you know, spelling error here.
I need that with the bonk
here,
meme
but,
combined.
No, I got it figured out. I got everything figured out. Got it all sorted. So we are we're all sorted today. For today, I got my water, which I sorely do need today. So yeah.
Oh yeah, do I have something to drink? Yes, I do. Hold on.
A spelling error or whatever. Excuse.
Okay.
We're all fixed now. We're all good. We're all good to go. So it'll be really good here today. Let me just say thank you to all the new members. So Albie Rio, appreciate you. Silvery and Dizzle. The Dizzle for Shizzle. Good to see you.
Wait a sec, I think I know the guy. Dizzle for Shizzle. I think I know who that one. From Twitter, maybe. Or at least something similar.
And then Darren Bennett says, live stream, let's go. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it just here. Invader Talk says, why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Excuse me, Talk?
What?
Who's buying shoes at the soup store? What? Campbell's? What?
I'm actually seeing a few people I recognize
joining,
from various parts of the internet in the chat. One of the benefits of being the narrator of realities is that you know people. That can be both good and bad, and it's usually on the good and funny side.
We are going to be going over the contract, and because I'm going to be reading the entire thing, and we're not going to be kind of skipping over anything, we're going to be focusing on it.
Okay, that explains the 4 hours.
I understand this is going to take a while. This is something that, you know, I would probably, even if I was doing this as part of my work or job, would take a little bit. But since we're doing this, not just in terms of, we're doing this analysis, not just in a vacuum, right? We're doing this in
yes, we are doing all of it.
That have happened over the past couple weeks, and even things that have happened historically. So,
also, one more thing that I will be adding context to, since I know there might be a few people interested in this. I will be getting the context and the perspective of a Romanian as well, since that's where I'm currently located. And we do have a few interesting laws that may or may not come into play here. We shall see.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to we'll talk about. And there's a lot of disclaimers I want to get to before we start with this. The first of all is that the first disclaimer is that of course I am not a Japanese attorney, obviously, so I will not be talking about what may or may not be permissible.
Neither am I a Romanian attorney, although my family has a bit of background in the law system. I will mention that, so I'm not completely out of the loop. I just don't have the very specifics down, and there may be a few things that I'm overlooking every now and then. I have a very general view of it, with a few details sprinkled here and there that are probably somewhat accurate.
In Japan. But I am talking about it from the perspective of an American lawyer. What would be permissible or non-permissible in America? What I would question it as an American attorney if the VTuber was American. And I'm sure that in Canada, the situation would be similar. And in most Western countries, the analysis would probably be very similar. And also a lot of questions that a judge would be asking if they saw this document. So if this document was hauled in front of an American judge and they were asked, well, what do you think about this agreement? Are we going to uphold this in America? Are we going to enforce something in America? What the question will be on that side and what the answer will be on that side. So we've got that. The other big disclaimer, and this is a giant disclaimer, which
yes,
I'm going to probably have to repeat more than once because I know the clippers are going to clip certain things I say and they're not going to get this in there, is that
yes,
this is indeed an unsigned, effectively blank agreement. So
okay,
because it is unsigned and because it is blank or relatively blank in certain areas, right? It's not executed. It's not something that's executed by both parties. I haven't seen both parties sign this document. So could it change? Absolutely, right? Any document
and it probably
that is
has,
not
most
signed,
likely has even.
that is not executed, that is not sealed and verified, right, is something that, well, could have changed, right? So there could have been negotiation, there could have been things that changed, there could have been, differences between this version and the final version. This is
One example that I can give very easily. There is another VTuber who applied to Niji Sanji, and he got past the first, the first audition stuff. When it came to the signing of the document, he was asked if he can pretty much give up his voice acting career. And he said no, obviously, because why would he do that? It's insane. If you have a very successful career and you're already a good VTuber, why would you want to sign off half of your talent skill, so to say, and not use it? It's pure insanity. Like, why would you do that? It's stupid. It's dumb. So of course he didn't. Now there are some talents in Niji Sanji that I'm pretty sure don't have that or were not asked to do that. So clearly the terms that have been negotiated and agreed upon are different for different people. That's something to keep in mind.
This is pretty much the raw, uncut version. Now, even with that disclaimer, which is very necessary, because trust me, guys,
oh yeah, definitely.
As an attorney, I've seen many agreements that the draft version or the first version is different than the last.
Extremely necessary, I would say.
That said, based on the source of the information and also the way it reads, which we're going to get into, I very much believe this is pretty accurate. So that being said, having read this, I do believe this is accurate. Although the defense could be, hey, this is unsigned, it's unexecuted, right? And therefore, well, it might not be the final version. May or may not be the final version.
It's most likely not the final version. It's the basis.
Remember, Noni068, welcome. Appreciate you. Guitar Monster, welcome as a new member. Lance,
yeah, he will be reading a lot of his chat messages and donation messages, which you should do.
Let's do it. Thank you so
But yeah,
much for the 10 gift
I still can't
members.
believe someone
Cindy,
actually leaked
good to
this.
see you. Praise
It's
be
gonna
the
be so
Space
interesting
King. What's
in
up?
the long run.
Marksman, good to see you, brother. Indulge me. Were you waiting for me to be membership? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Knight says this is going to be an informative stream, but I really want to know who did you have to kill to get that contract? Well, I will say this. I will say this. I can actually say this. I can
Oh.
tell you who didn't give me the contract, right?
Oh.
So,
Okay.
I did not get this, so I can say I did not get this from Knox. So, I know that some
Okay.
people
Yeah,
mentioned
I
that
was
Knox
about to
on company
mention
contract. I can
Knox
tell you
probably
that
did
not
not want to give
So,
it away. He
I
was
did not
literally
get,
waiting like someone,
that,
anyone else
contract.
except me,
But
give
that's
it
all
to
I will
him.
say. That's all I will say. Ticklet says, if you need to repeat it, why not put it up on screen? That's true. That's true. You know what? I'm going to make a banner. I'm going to make a banner. Let's just create a banner here real quick. Note, this is an unsigned version of the contract. I miss my charm.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh God,
I need to learn how to make these. I knew at some point how to make these. I completely forgot.
Mix the cup of ice with like the random.
I think I need an extension for OBS to do that.
Soju is really good. It's really good. Oshina says,
Adding it to the list of things I have to upgrade for the stream.
Had to retry the memes at the close, so I'll do that at the end actually, Oshino, because your base list was fucking awesome. So, I will pull that up towards the end. Because that'll be a fun one. Thank you for that.
The band.
Tech Daddy said 8 minutes and 3,000 watching. Yes.
Oh, the base list.
Claire,
Sorry.
welcome as a new member. And put a disclaimer on the stream for Stalls Clippers. Yes. So now we've got it. So this is
okay,
like
in a bit.
Most important disclaimer. And also for all those that may get salty or say, oh, well, Andrew, you're disclosing something, right? There's NDA. It's not signed. Right. So if it's not signed, there's no duty. If it's not the signed version, there's no duty to not disclose or to disclose. Right.
That's true. That's true.
So get bent. For the Space King. Yes. What's up, Nick Cruiser? Good to see you. And by the way, that's the Niji Sanji defense, because the Niji.
Also, I should mention, the laws are different for each country. As far as Romania stands, this is, at the current moment, public knowledge that can be found very easily. As long as his video stays, mine stays. So, I'm gonna be having some fun with this.
Niji Defense Squad, I'll just give them their argument, right? So, like, I'm gonna give the Niji Sanji, any color defenders, your best argument, which to debunk all of this. They can just say this. They can say, well, it's not signed, so it's not the signed version. That's their defense. Their best
He is
defense.
right.
Their number one
He's very
defense.
much so correct.
There you go.
To them,
NDF, you've got your.
hold on. To them, it's a very good defense. He just gave them the best shield they have. It's not the signed version. It can vary extremely. And this is just the oldest, most antique piece of contract that they have, and they completely revamped it for every single talent. If they say that, well, shite. What do you do then? Are they smart enough to do it, though? I'm willing to bet on not, considering all of the other mistakes they've made in the past. Has it even been 3 months? I'm not certain. I think it's been more like 2, maybe even 1. Okay, maybe not 1, maybe 2 months. In 2 months, they've made so many mistakes, I have lost count. And not only am I immortal, so I can count for quite a while, I'm also pretty good at counting. It doesn't sound like a skill, but when you get past 1,000, it gets a bit difficult simply because you're starting to get bored and wanting to do something else. They have passed that. Not necessarily in the big mistakes, but in the small ones too. But we might get into that a bit later.
That's your argument. Can it be certified as a real template? I'm not. Who certifies? Who's the certifier? Right? I think it's reliable, but I'll let you guys judge for yourself. Sophie says, hail from the 199. Can you share your journey to get a V2 model? I want to get one of these 2D. Can't wait for your copyright video 101. Hail. Yes. Welcome.
Okay, I do want to comment a little bit on the message she just got, at least the 2D. I will argue that the 2D ones are harder to get in terms of VTuber models. You can go to Steam right now, search up Viroid Studio, and with 100% zero artistic skill and a minute understanding of how a menu works and the basic understanding of English, within minutes you can probably make a relatively unique VTuber model. It will be 3D, it won't be the best, it won't have all of the toggles, all of the fancy stuff, but it will do its job for a beginner to get the idea if you want to do this or not in the long run. But other than that, continue.
Last, BG Corp says VTuber world reminds me of wrestling. Heels versus faces. WWE owning a
Wrestling.
IP, promotions telling you who you can and can't work with. VTubers with wrestler personalities. It's great. It's beyond that. It's far beyond that.
Yeah,
It's
it is. It really
international
is.
in this case. Now, let's frickin' go. So we're gonna start out here with this. Once again, all disclaimers in place, and you know that said, let's just jump right into it. So we have here. I will show.
Should I just?
you.
Yeah,
That'll work.
I'll just have this.
We've got
This is better.
the contracts. Dun dun dun. Here we go, guys. All right. I'll probably let me hide myself in the corner. This is gonna be better. All right. Cool.
Okay, let me just read this very fast.
That'll work out really well. Okay, cool.
Hmm.
So here we go. That's better. That's better.
There we go.
We got like 200% here. We got like 205 maybe. There you go. That's better. That's better. Okay, got it. All right. So here we go.
So party A is
The
any color.
contracts.
Party B is the
All right.
liver
So one of
or
the
streamer
first
or
things
VTuber.
we will start with
Understood.
is just the title. So one thing that I have people constantly saying here is VTubers are not employees. VTubers are independent contractors. VTubers are doing XYZ.
No.
And-
That's not how that works.
One of the biggest things that you can look at in this analysis is not just what they call it, because you can call an agreement anything. I can call it the zippity doo dah express agreement.
The
But
zippity
if
doo
it
dah
is about
express.
employment, it is an employment contract, and you.
Guys, if you want to enter a contract with me, I'm gonna need you to sign the absolute void approved dibbity doobity hupty paragraph 3. Specifically paragraph 3. We don't question what happened to paragraph 1 and 2. They don't matter. You're gonna have to sign paragraph 3 specifically. That's the entire name of the contract.
Don't look at just the title. You look at what does the agreement do? What is the function of the agreement? Is it making a person, another human, doing employment type things? So this is the analysis as we look through this entire agreement. Is this something that looks like an independent contractor, somebody that might be working of their own volition, independently, doing a project, setting their own schedule, doing their own training, controlling when and where and how they do things? Or is this an employee, which is more of someone's bitch? And I don't mean...
Okay, that's some strong language there. And while I approve of the way it's used in this case, that's some strong language. I'm not sure I would have worded it like that. That's it. His channel, his rules. One thing I forgot to mention, and I feel like it's kind of important. I wonder how many of you remember Machinima and the olden days of YouTube companies gathering YouTubers and whatnot. Because I was around that time. I was even in one of those smaller companies that tried to mimic Machinima and ultimately just fizzled out without too much drama. But I also didn't quite do a lot. So I also have a very questionable contract. I don't really see the point in talking too much about it, since it's a ancient history for me. and B, other people have done a far better job at the time when it was relevant of speaking their mind. I was, how do I say this? At the time, I didn't exactly get a lot of support from that company during our agreement, but they also didn't obstruct my activities during that period. So, while I do believe they got a bit more of the monetization that I made at the time than I should have probably given them, I probably should have stayed solo. They also didn't backstab me that hard. So, I'm gonna have to see if the contract that I signed is worse. That's gonna be fun for me, at least. I'm gonna have to see if the contract that I signed at the time is worse than the Niji one. We shall see. It probably is not that bad.
You know, it can sound okay. I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but when you're an employee, you are at the beck and call of your employer, right?
Yes.
Your employer is the one who tells you go there, do this, do that. So when we look at this, a lot of the NDF, a lot of the folks that are defending Niji Sanji say, well, they're all contractors, right? Well, we're going to look through this and say, are they indeed contractors? First of all, do they use the language contractor? Right? Do they have a specific provision talking about being independent contractors? Is that in there? Is it not in there? Even if they do have that in there, that doesn't save them. We'll look at, hey, how are they controlling these people? What are they getting? What are they telling them to do? And once we analyze the entire thing, we'll put that together and say, okay, is this name they're calling it business entrustment agreement? Is that accurate, or is that just a bunch of BS from
Fighting monkey.
Got that the Pecora one.
So this is the first thing that jumped out at me immediately was the title, because I don't think this is an accurate title as to what this is, and as we'll see, there's other details.
Also, he has read it before, I think,
very,
or at least skimmed through it.
Much just entitled employment agreement. But we'll get through that. We'll see that. We'll do that.
Although he did, actually no, he did say he'll do it live, so...
You have to look up I Am the Soup. It's 30-second video and explains the soup things. Okay, let me pull that up after. Sylphie says, so this is sensitive but unclassified. This is something that will piss off Niji Sanji, but I mean, this is the unsigned version, so they've got no claim as to this being a confidential document or top secret or whatever else.
Yes, and that's the fun part.
So Eddie Color Inc. being the party A, and then party B, which could be anybody, right? It's fill in the blank.
For anyone who is not in the loop, Eddie Color Inc. is the parent company, the main company behind Niji Sanji. Niji Sanji is basically an entertainment branch under Any Color.
Right? Entered into the following agreement here referred to as the agreement. So throughout this entire thing, this entire document, you are going to see party A and party B. This is why I called this a template. Some people got mad
Yeah, that's what I clarified before. Any Color is party A, and the one who signs is party B.
Filled in with anybody's name. It's not specific to one person. And this is why I think this agreement, and this is why I believe this agreement was used for everybody in the corporation. I believe a similar form was used for Doki, right? For Zion, for Vox, for Alira, for everybody, right? Everybody in Niji Sanji. Everybody. I think all Niji Sanji probably has the same thing. Why do I say that? I say that because I was a corporate attorney, and I'm going to tell you something about attorneys that they don't like to tell you. Attorneys are really fucking lazy. They're lazy. Just like you guys that are about...
Okay, stop. Perfect timing. I avoided the jump scare. So, yes, attorneys are lazy, but I think that applies to anyone who has to deal with a mountain of paperwork. if you can find a way to cheese the stupid amount of work and just not give a damn about it, people will try to find a way. No matter how much they suck at doing it, they will try it, even if it gets them into trouble later on. I'm hoping this is one of the cases where it gets them into trouble, not gonna lie, because they kinda deserve it.
Bunch of
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
lawyers aren't that far off. We don't want to work super hard. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we constantly are using templates. We're constantly using.
That's the one difference between developers and programmers. Programmers literally prefer to reinvent the wheel if it means the wheel will be spinning faster. And we do have that option most of the time, rather than doing something that's dumb and stupid. But we're also doing it out of laziness. Just so we are clear, it's still out of laziness that we are trying to improve it. It's a fun little thing when you think about it.
Using forms and just filling it in for people because it saves us time. You don't want to draft a unique contract every single time. You want to use a form and you want to keep using the form. It's more efficient and saves you money. It saves you time. Plus, let's look at Niji Sanji. Let's look at their history. These are the same. This is the same people in the same company that was trying to hire legal support for literally $7.40 an hour.
Oh yeah,
Languages.
I forgot that was a thing.
So
adding it to the list.
They're super customizing everything. No, this really does lead me to believe with this format that this is just a fill in the blank. And by the way, I know what you guys are saying. It's efficiency, not lazy. Yes. It's two sides of the same coin, right? Like efficient and lazy are two sides of the same coin. Whatever, right? And I've done it.
The difference between lazy and efficient is that efficiency will get rid of your total workload. Laziness will eventually add to it more than it gets rid of. Maybe not to you, maybe to someone else. Maybe you're just passing the duty along to someone else. But eventually, on the grand scale of things, laziness generates more work overall, in the end. Not immediately, not in the short term, but in the long term. Efficiency decreases it in the long term, even if it increases it in the short term. That's the main difference.
I say it, I've done it. I use templates. Now, a lot of times I spent hours and hours making the template. So for the first customer, for the first client, I might spend 3 days making the template. Maybe I literally spend 48 hours of work, of real work, not just like counting sleep time. I mean, like that's the amount of work I'm spending on something. And then that's the first time I use it, but then I use it 100 times.
All right.
You know, that's fine. That's normal. Spike Man says, I can't believe Party A and Party C hated Cardi B so much to leak this. So many instances. Yes, true. Does that mean the leakers say, well, we're not going to see any names in this. There's going to be no names as this document. So, and I'll just say this, this was done after discussion. Put that. So after discussion, right? So Makasha says, zero likelihood that a multi-billion-dollar company would actually do customized contracts with literal who's. Templates will almost the way to go. Yeah, of course. Right.
Yeah.
I doubt that when they're hiring dozens of different VTubers, they're going to each customize a contract. These people aren't Bon Jovi. It's not contracting with like people that are established in the industry, right? Maybe that's about with Justin Bieber or something like that. Somebody who's Taylor Swift, right? If someone's trying to, when Disney was trying to negotiate with Taylor Swift, yeah, that's a custom contract, right? Because that's a very specific circumstance. But a random VTuber, especially somebody who's coming up, is not going to merit that.
I'm just going to put this out there. Thinking about it, Ninja are probably the most likely to use a template for their contract. Now, I do know that there are differences in said contracts. I can't say what differences they are, who has them, and so on and so forth, but I do know there are some differences in some of the contracts. That said, they are the most likely to use it. And that's because they all, out of all of the VTuber companies, they are the largest. And it's not even a competition in terms of numbers. They are the largest VTuber agency in terms of how many streamers work for them. Because there's so many branches with so many people that even after like 20, 30, however many graduations and terminations have been in the last year alone, even after that, they have over 100, if not 200. I'm not even actually sure. Hold on. How many are... Let's just... You know what? Legalmindset is doing this live. I'm also going to do this live. Let's see. How many tubers are in Nijisanji? 100 and... Okay, as of February, so last month, there are 143 members of Nijisanji main branch. And that's JP, ID, and KR. I'm not sure what KR is. It's probably a country, but I'm not sure what the acronym stands for, which country it is. I know ID is Indonesia, and they do have a fairly big VTuber presence there, as far as I'm aware. KR. It might be Korea. I'm not sure. And they also have 31 Nijisanji EN members. That's almost 200 members. How many is that are in Hololive? They have 86. They have less than half of how many there are in Nijisanji. Nijisanji, in pure numbers of talents, are double the size of Hololive. Let that sink in. So the chances of them making specialized contracts, individual contracts for every single person, highly unlikely. And I want to remind people, Hololive did not graduate like 30 people in the last year. Niji EN did. Niji, not just EN, Niji in general did. Okay, back to the video.
Level of analysis is not going to merit thousands of dollars of legal analysis. No, they're going to use a template. They're going to fill in a name, and you're going to sign it, right? And they're going to tell you sign the agreement, or no deal, right? That's the practical reality that happens. They say with a job, if you guys are going to start a job and they give you an employment contract, and it's the employment contract for a major company, and you say, hey, I want to negotiate the contract, they're just going to say, no, you don't get to negotiate the contract. You sign it.
I want to mention, as far as I'm aware, negotiating a contract, the most you can do at times, at least in Romania, is negotiate your salary and work hours. Or rather, the schedule for the work hours. And maybe vacation time. Those are the three things that you can, depending on where you are applying and whatnot, and if you get accepted. Those are the three things that you do negotiate, as far as I'm aware. Everything else, not really. It's yeah, okay, or happy to see you. Thanks for coming. Knob off.
You start working with us or you go. Tinklin says, to be honest, and to ensure impartiality, it might be good to eventually take a look at other VTuber contracts. Should also shut up any NDF accusations of biases, assuming you can get them. Yeah, if I have access to them, I will. And if anybody else from any other companies wants to forward me their contract, I'll look at it. Now, I can understand why they would or would not want to do that, right? But you know,
I don't know if I still have the copy of that contract from so long ago, because it was more than 7 years ago, I think. I'm not even sure if I have access to that email anymore. Let's just say that if he happens to receive a contract from a very obscure company from that period of time, it might have been me. Maybe. I'm not claiming anything just yet.
Now, of course, yeah, they could do that. I'm open to looking at other contracts, and I'm open to seeing whether this, in comparison, is bad or not bad, right? Kiro says, did you know that Any Color just got called out again for not paying an artist, this time a Japanese?
Again.
The artist got a lawyer and deleted the tweet. Oh,
really? Again. Bro.
Interesting. Well, they just keep digging themselves in, boys. All right. So this is an agreement.
I didn't even know about the artist bit.
Live streaming activities, including uploading a video. Now, already you can see the Japanese side here. So look at this language, uploading a video, like a video, a singular video. That grammar there indicates to me that the person that was writing this may have been written by somebody in Japanese and translated over to English. Right?
Yes, that is a
So
possibility.
stuff like that, I'm like, okay, is that accurate there? You know, like, is that accurate there? Very interesting. Uploading a video. Recording activities, creation of work, and entertainment as a VTuber. Okay? Now, we're going to have to go through the definitions. Now, I know this may be boring, but what I'm going to tell you guys is this. The definition section in any contract is one of the most important sections, because definitions are used over and over and over again. So you need to understand what a definition is, because it's not just simply one thing, it's multiple things.
It's the basis that's used for pretty much everything in the contract.
To know how things are defined. Right, it says the definitions of terms used in this agreement shall be set forth in the following items. The interpretation of the definitions in the agreement that are not set forth herein shall be in accordance with the civil code, which do they define civil code? Let's see. They don't define civil code. Oh my God.
Oh no.
This is stupid. This is dumb. This is really dumb.
Yeah.
Fuck up. Copyright law.
You had the reaction before I had it.
And other laws and regulations. Now, this is really dumb because they don't say which civil code, right? Which civil code?
Exactly. They don't say which one. So if the person that signs this is in a different country, they are opening themselves to being judged by that civil code. Which, just so we're clear, is probably counted as above whatever contract the company makes you sign. So if their civil code says, Nishu, you done fucked up, you done fucked up. This is so dumb. I didn't even see this bit. What I saw was way later, like 2 hours in. I saw like 10 minutes of it and I was like, yeah, no, this has to be an entire stream. I need to watch, I need to see this myself, and I need to talk about this because Jesus Christ. I didn't expect the shit to hit the fan so fast. What the heck is this? They didn't specify at all which civil code. Okay. Just so you know, because of that, as far as I understand it, I'm going to let the video play out and see if he shares my understanding of it and my interpretation of it. But as far as I understand this, if I was in Toki's situation and I was facing harassment, by Romanian civil code, harassment isn't dealt by the company. No, you go straight to the bloody police and you ask them to go over there and investigate. Like straight up, you don't go to HR in Romania. What HR? You go straight to the police, you say, hey, this person is bloody harassing me. Solve this, help. That's literally what you do. I'm serious. You pretty, in internet terms, you essentially legally swat the company if someone is harassing you in Romania. It's not quite a swatting, let's get that out of there. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect. But the police will come and will start investigations of the company if something sus is going on there, if they receive reports. Now granted, making false reports will get you into trouble, so Unless something is actually happening, don't do that. But let's see.
I'm assuming they mean Japanese civil code. I'm assuming they mean Japanese civil code. I'm assuming they mean Japanese copyright law, but they didn't specify that and they didn't create a definition for that, which is dumb and a little bit careless on their part.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody asks, is this available online? No, this is not available online.
I mean,
It's
technically.
on this channel.
Yes, it's available on the
People
channel.
Will clip. And by the way, I've said this, everybody has full permission to clip this, to clip my videos, not to re-upload the video, but to clip the video. Full permission. Dickhead gives 5 legal mindset memberships. Thank you.
Oh. So not to re-upload. I mean, it's not... Does this fit on the re-uploading? That's actually a good question. Maybe I should skimp to this a little bit more. He did say the definitions are very important. So you know what? I'm gonna skip a few parts of this. Just to make sure that if people want the full context, they should go to his channel. I don't want to step on his heels, so to say. His tail, whatever. Because he has put in the work. He deserves the attention. I mostly want to get my own thoughts out on this, so let's just skimp on a little bit. Past. This seems important.
Images, audios, content. Distribution of contents means live streaming.
Okay.
Or uploading of images on the video hosting account provided by party A. Video hosting account, this is very important, means
Yes.
account designated by A. So once again, are we already seeing as we're going through this, are we already seeing a level of control that's being exerted by them?
Yes, we definitely are.
Designating these things. They're setting up these things. They're controlling these things. Who controls the accounts? Clearly, even in the definitions, we haven't gotten to the actual.
Who controls the accounts? Obviously the company. Because it's already been proven that they have made posts with accounts that should belong to the streamer. That is something that has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt as far as I'm concerned. So, not looking too good there, Nijisanji.
Actual beef. We're in the definitions right now. And it's clear from the definitions that Niji Sanji, Any Color Inc., is in the driver's seat. They're the ones controlling. They're the ones with the power here. We haven't even started this. We haven't even got, this is the definition section.
Exactly. This is the definition section.
And this is clear, yeah. This is completely clear. So this is very important. This is very, very important for you guys to see. And it really materially matters if you're looking at it from an employment context, right? As an employment context, employer, employee. Just reading the definitions, I would have, if I was a judge in America, I would look at this and say, this is an employment contract. And mind you, as we went over in one of my previous streams, in some states, you have to get employment contracts, the form of which approved, right? Or
yes, you do have, you need to legalize the contract, basically, as far as I'm aware. And as I said, I will be skipping a bit through this. And I'll probably be having the actual thingamajig as clips of my reaction to it, rather. And I won't have the full video on the full VOD on the channel after I download it for editing purposes. I think that's the fair thing to do here. And I will of course link to his channel on the actual videos. There we go. Let's jump over here for a bit.
could be other platforms, wherever they're streaming, right? Character means the character separately designated, so it's not even talked about here, which actually is a huge risk for Niji Sanji, because Niji Sanji, let me put it this way, Niji Sanji not mentioning what the character is, who the character is, whatever, that's actually a problem. Because they should put that in there to make it very, very clear that, hey, this is for X character, but they don't do that, right? That actually is a little bit of a risk. They should put that in there. That's actually sloppy. And it's actually lazy, to be honest. Very, very lazy. Luis has a good question. So a performing on a live audience, conventions, tweeting, or audio activities does not count as VTuber. No, that would. So
It counts.
Performance, see, it doesn't talk about when they define performance.
Let's jump a bit.
Confidentiality costs, right? It's trying to be as broad as possible, while carving out obvious exceptions. So things that are known to the public are obviously never going to be confidential. Things that are disclosed willingly are not going to be confidential. Things that are not at the time confidential, things that were given by a third party are not confidential. So yeah, that's what's confidential there. Now, I will say one thing about confidential information. This is very important, is that obviously there's a limit, right? It doesn't go forever, right? Not everything, is confidential.
You can just put confidential on everything and be like, yep, that's fine. It doesn't make it confidential. That's how things work.
Certainly, and here's a big one in America, and this is very big. This is huge. If there is something that is wrong, for example, if there's employee harassment, if there's a labor dispute, if there's perhaps discrimination based on age, race, sex, disability, all that confidentiality is going to go right out the window in America. I don't know about Japan. I'm not a Japanese lawyer. Full disclosure.
Yeah, I don't believe we have that to some extent. As far as I'm aware of, at least, it shouldn't have that. Hello there, Echo. Well, if it isn't my favorite reaction channel, hi. I don't aim to be a reaction channel, but some things are too good to pass up. And you feel a certain... how do I say this? They hit a bit too close to home. I have mentioned it before. In the past life, long, long ago, when YouTube was young and Machinima still existed, and PewDiePie was still a rising youngling star on the platform, I was around in those days. I wasn't as ancient as I am now. I was still young and full of hope. And I too signed a contract with the devil. Not Machinima, just so we get that straight out the gate. But at the time, there were many smaller companies that kind of tried copying the Machinima model. And one of those I also signed with one of them. So I kind of know what a shitty contract looks like. Let's put it like that. I was still on the good side of things, where they didn't exactly get in my way too much. Or at all, but they also didn't help. So it was kind of a 50-50 in terms of what I got. I was still one of the ones who got pretty much unburnt out of it. They didn't help, but at least they didn't get in my way. So I kind of wanted to make my reaction to this. After seeing... I may have misunderstood, because the part that I did see, I'm pretty sure he said that he's fine with reactions to this. I might have been mistaken. So right now I'm skipping to it a little bit more, as well as giving my opinions on what is relevant. In the end, I'll cut it to pieces later on in post. The full stream will not be available, only on Twitch for a little while until it's gone by default. As for the actual videos, I'll cut them to pieces, and in the parts that are relevant, I will give my own opinions and also have the links to his channel, because he definitely deserves it, because he's done most of the work. So, also, how was your day, Echo? Because mine was, oh boy, socializing, grass touching and all that. The weakness of every VTuber. Let's continue.
Not a Japanese lawyer, but all this confidentiality stuff, in the case of a labor dispute, in the case of a party which is saying, I am
too fast for you, let's put it that way. Fair enough.
That's all going to go out. You cannot hide behind, oh, well, it's all confidential, so therefore we can't. Nope.
Bullshit. when you hear someone say it's all confidential, no, it isn't. No, it bloody isn't. Unless you're talking to a literal mafia boss, it's like, this stays between these doors. If I hear from someone else these words, I'm getting your tongue served to me for dinner. Understood? Unless it's one of those situations, then it's probably not fully confidential. Let's get that out there.
In a labor dispute, that's not going to happen. Right? In America. And I'm talking American law. I'm not talking about no Japanese law. And, you know, some VTubers are in places like Canada, America, other places that are not going to apply Japanese.
I know a few VTubers who are actually in Romania as well. I wonder what they will think of all of this mess. Because I will say this. We have some interesting laws. For example, as far as I'm aware, no workplace actually has laws for harassment and whatnot. But that's covered in, I think it's the Civil Act, question mark? I'm not sure if the proper name, if it were to be translated. But basically, if harassment happens in the workplace, you go to the police. Like, that's step 1.0. If that happens, you go to the police and you let them handle it. Corporate confidentiality is in most cases BS, aside from the actual technical know-how stuff. Yes, patented technology, copyrighted stuff and all of that, that's actual confidential stuff. You cannot leak that.
Well, especially for an employment agreement. America. All right.
Purpose.
Let's get into it. Purpose. The purpose of this agreement. I like this. Hold on. ADS Drift said, would external services apply? Let's go back up real quick. External services. Would external services apply to digital distributors of their music, i.e. Spotify or Game Steam to facilitate? It could. It could.
Technically, I guess.
Yes. It's broad enough that it could apply because Steam is a service, right? So
yeah, it's a hosting. It's basically a digital market.
Is that this could override
and server platform for the games on it.
Override probably the terms and services of the external parties, external services. So that's probably what they're meaning here. I like this. Jake said. Jake CV said, Japanese lawyer, objection. Yes, they're allowed to. They're allowed to try to object, but once again, in America,
you can object.
Plans for WWE
doesn't mean it will be sustained.
Anybody about VTuber stuff? The true stuff set you free. Niji is shaking now. I mean, they're probably going to be pretty worried about this. I'm not going to lie. This is probably going to upset them a little, just a little.
A smidge, a teeny tiny bit.
Luig says, "Wait, does this mean if a company has a confidentiality clause and that it provides to an entity outside the agreement, it doesn't violate it?" Yeah, if you willingly disclose something or publicly disclose something or reveal it to a third party, like that is going to just undermine your confidentiality clause because you're not treating the document as confidential. Muta says the number of definitions in the section that use the term defined within the definition is...
So basically, if they break their own rules, they're toast. Which is kind of funny when you think about it.
It's highly irritating. Oh, that's actually not that odd. It's not that odd for the definition one. Weird says, could you get Mike on to look at this? He's free to come on with me anytime he wants. I like Mike. Iron Mexican Iron Man. Cool guy. Not Batman says, since the talent's personal social media accounts don't seem to be addressed in the definitions. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Not Batman. Yes, they are.
We went over this. They are. And I mentioned it before. It has been pretty much 100%, okay, 99.9999% guaranteed proven that the company has access, or at least people within the company have access to the social media of the talents. That much has been proven, and yeah, it has been utilized a few times for various reasons. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah. Accounts designated... Oh, wait, hold on. They're personal.
Wait, personal.
Sorry, I didn't. I mean, I'm still waking up here. Let me get a more.
Oh yeah, personal. That's a
Accounts
good question
designated
actually.
For, let's see,
Personal.
in the name of the character. So this does not include. Very good point. Does not include their PL stuff. Very good point.
Uh-oh.
I want a contract list.
No, he's actually right. So, technically, according to this contract, as far as I understand, that does mean that outside of this, so Selen couldn't talk as Selen, but she could talk as Loki Bird, if that makes sense. Okay, interesting stuff.
Will affect which talent can and can't do with their. We haven't seen anything yet, have we? Have we seen anything here yet about personal? We have not. Now we'll have to get to those sections, right? But we have not. Very good question, not Batman. Very smart. Very good. You're the world's finest detective here.
Indeed, that's a good catch.
Thank you for that. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Fighting monkey.
God damn it. The VTuber jump scares in his stream are fantastic.
You guys are way higher IQ. That's why I like you guys in the chat. You guys are super high IQ. All right. So, during the term of the agreement, B shall exclusively be the VTuber of Party A, right? So, all right, this is important, guys.
Wait. Shall as the exclusive VTuber of Party A. Yeah, okay.
For a lot of reasons. Okay? So here's why this is important. Number one, this is probably the most bulletproof reason why this is an employee. An employee is exclusive. An employee cannot work anywhere else.
That is correct. However, and I'm going to argue this a little bit, it says as the exclusive VTuber of Party A. That does mean that they could be streaming as a normal person, not a VTuber. So their activities in the creative domain are not exclusive, just their activities as a VTuber. So I think some people would argue that they're kind of on the edge of the definition of if they are an employee or a contractor here. Because technically they do have the option of just doing it the live version, if you know what I mean. At least I would assume that.
A contractor can work wherever the fuck they want to work, right? But this is not what we see here. What we see here is they are an exclusive VTuber. That looks like ding, 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 an employee. This looks like an employee to me. This is an analysis. So what does that do, guys? Once again, this pulls us under labor law. So there are some places where this agreement would be completely thrown out because they did not get approval for this agreement under the local labor law or local labor rules in America, right?
Yeah, it will probably get thrown out to the court in Romania as well, if I'm honest.
Maybe it doesn't. It's not following local provisions. This is a big one.
Or at least they would require a lawyer to approve it. And then to take it for legalization. Now, if it passes that, yeah, it's an official document at that point, and things become a bit more complicated. But they would be required to do that for every individual person that signs the contract, as far as I understand it. At least in Romania.
Exclusivity. The judge looking at this in America will look at this, and regardless of whatever the hell else it says, would say they don't have the ability to do anything else. They're not a contractor. Sorry, employee confirmed. An American judge, once again. To do the duties set forth as VTuber duties for Party A or third party designated by Party A is important. So they've got to work for Niji Sanji, any color, or anybody they tell them to work for. So if Niji Sanji said, you need to dance for Sony, right? They have to do that. They don't have a choice.
Okay, first off, that's some employee shit right there. Second off, I will say it's not as uncommon in a work contract that if they tell you, yeah, we need you to do something for at X location, as far as I'm aware, it's not that uncommon as long as it's still within the job responsibilities. For example, I often get sent out by my company. I often get sent out to various schools, high schools, and so on and so forth to help set up equipment, repair stuff, verify it, and so on and so forth. I don't work there, but I am getting sent there because they have a contract with our company. Yeah, it might also be for the collab purposes, true. Like a promo in some game or stuff like that. That's also true. Yeah. I'm guessing that's the angle that they're probably using it in here. But there is a real life equivalent to it, at least in Romania.
Perfect zoom. There you go. Perfect. That's perfect.
So it's not necessarily a damning thing. Or as bad as some might try to make it.
Instruction of Party A, so they're under the control. They shall not perform these without prior approval. So they can't even do what they want to do. This purpose, the purpose, Article 2, combined with Article 1, just makes them 100% employee.
Well, yeah, you're not just gonna... If you are employed to someone, you're not just gonna start doing random... Okay, I think he's taking it a bit out of context here. If you're employed as a... I don't know, let me give a random example. If you're employed as a construction worker, you're not just gonna randomly go into a construction site that doesn't belong to your company and start working there. That's not how that works, okay? Like, if your construction site says, hey, we talked with these guys, they need more workers, we're sending you there, go there and work, then yeah. But you're not just gonna go randomly off on your own and... That's not how that works. And yeah, if you are employed in a place, you're usually employed in a single place. You don't necessarily... Here's the thing. I know in America it's a pretty usual for people to work multiple jobs. For a lot of people. That's really not the case here. In fact, it's a little bit of an issue if you work multiple jobs and your employees don't know that you work multiple jobs. I'm not sure of the technicalities on it, but I do know it's a bit of an issue. So I think that's the specific case that's discussed here.
There's no pretending anymore, right? Can they work outside?
But that does mean... Oh, excellent question. I kind of was addressing that part a bit earlier. But that does mean that, yes, they do count as an employee for the company.
Side of it, not VTubing.
Yeah, not VTubing.
Not VTubing, not doing anything close to VTubing. They can work as like a taco flipper, but they can't work as a VTuber.
They could work as a singer, though. Like, let's be honest, they could work as a singer and just have the music video not be them. To be honest, that's probably the protection against shady things that VTubers might do. Yes, that's also true. Indeed.
Make a bingo card. We're already on page 2. Yeah, that's really great. Let me get these here. Hayami says, for materials owned by Niji Sanji, does this mean they own a smartphone software or applications that the talent bought themselves for prior to signing? We'll talk about that.
That's
get into that.
Okay, first off, if they bought it themselves prior to signing the contract, bullshit, they own it. No. That shouldn't even be a question. I don't know about American or Japanese law, but Romanian law, no, it doesn't even come into discussion. If you own it before you sign the contract with them, it will not even enter the courtroom if they have a minute a fraction of a brain cell. It will not even enter the question of the lawyer inside of that courtroom if this is a non-issue in Romania. No one will say that anything about this. That's stupid.
That Hayami, when we get into the clause where they pay for stuff and the ownership of stuff, there is a separate clause for that. So we are going to talk about that.
Yeah, no, as far as I'm aware, you pay for it, you own it. As far as I am aware, unless you're using company money. That's not money that the company pays you. That's money that's from the company's coffers for equipment, gear, and whatever. That's separate. Oh, about that, I agree. The stuff by during the contract. Yeah, it should be owned by the person. The cases where it is an exception, and I actually do have a few examples of this, and I think this is treated a bit differently, depending on the case, of course. So, or say if I was in an agency and they wanted me to play some game, they better buy it for me. Okay, if they buy it for you and they make the Steam account for you and so on, and they decide what games you have on, let's say they have a standard selection of games and they manage the games for the talent and they buy all of the games, I'm sorry, but in that case, it should be under their control what games get on there and so on and so forth. If they buy the games and they made the account and they're just pretty much lending it to you for activities, in that specific case, I think the account belongs to them in the end. Anything else, however, yeah, that's yeah. Assuming you say it's on a corporate account. Again, if they are buying it from start to finish and they're managing it and so on and so forth, I do believe they have a right to say it's theirs and they are basically lending it. Yeah, exactly. Not like you'd be able to use corporate VTuber account to TM after you're gone. Yeah, that's also a thing. You could rename the account though. That is a thing that can happen. So it's not as big of a deal in terms of giving it away afterwards if you manage to get that agreement as part of the termination or graduation or whatever. But in the case that they are actually properly managing it and providing you with all of the stuff on said account, then yes, I do believe they own the account in that case. What I wanted to say. Here's a little thing that we do have at our company. Every year, we are given a certain amount of cash, which is basically a... I'm trying to translate it from Romanian to English properly. Equipment acquisition, personal equipment acquisition fund. As long as, and here's how it works. We are given a specific amount of money each year as part of a program. As long as said equipment is used to assist us in our activities at work, we do own it. And after we live with it. So it is technically personal, but it has to fulfill certain conditions when we do buy it, and it has to facilitate our work while we are contracted to the company. It also acts as an incentive to actually stay more with the company, if you think about it. Because this happens each year. So each year we can get a bit more gear. There are limitations on what that gear can be. So I don't know about other people. I know that the schools around here, at least some of them, also have this. I don't know the budget for each program and so on. I think I had around... It's also not a lot. I don't think it's a huge amount of budget. It's really not. But it's something. For example, I think my budget for this year, I I'm starting to remember the exact amount. I think it was around 200 euros or something like that. Again, it's not a lot, but there are some things that you can buy with it. Technical equipment, mouse, keyboard, stuff like that, that can facilitate... Also, it can be used to complete a purchase. So you have the budget, and then you add on top of it stuff. From your own paycheck, and you can buy something more expensive. For example, that's how I bought the tablet I currently have. So I have the budget, and then I added a little bit more because the tablet was a bit more pricey one. If I got a cheaper one, it probably would have covered it, but you get the general idea. So there are cases where stuff that the company provides, you do own personally. There are conditions attached to it, but it does happen, it does exist, at least where I'm working at here, it does. And I do know a few other places that do have this. The budgets vary, and yeah, it's a neat thing. It's a pretty neat thing, not gonna lie.
But that is a concern, right? The concern is, well, what are you going to exert your control over? Are you going to try to control stuff that you didn't actually pay for?
Another example that I do have is, I happen to know this from my auntie, who is a high school director. And also because I was put in charge of managing the laptops sent to her high school for a project. The laptops that were sent there, the teachers can use them, they can take them home, whatever, but they do have to sign a contract of basically borrowing them, and they do have to return them when they are done with them. Now, the period of the contract can be a year, 2 years, whatever. And if they get fired or anything, they do have to return the laptop. So that's different. That's a separate thing. That's something that the company provides for the employee to do their job. That is slightly different, and that does belong to the company in the end. Even though it can also be used for personal use outside of work hours. And I do believe most of the things that are described here, like... because I do know that Niji-Sanji advertised that they do provide the model, the software, a lot of applications, and the smartphone, among other things. I do remember Niji-Sanji advertising that they do provide this for the talent. So those things would probably have to be returned.
Just because it might be used in this work, right? What? Raider says, as a referee in the U.S., which is treated as an independent contractor, if we were made to exclusive to a venue or company, we wouldn't be contractors. I feel like the same thing applies here. It does. Raider, you're entirely right. If you were an exclusive referee for one venue, you're the employee of that venue. Like, that's the way that works. That's the definition of employee. It's what an employee is. Regina, welcome as a member. Appreciate you. And then Crimson Plot, ding, 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 ding. Ninja gave confidential information to other VTubers. Well, that's what it looked like in the Doki case. Of course,
yeah.
We don't know that for sure. It's implied. That's implied.
Fun fact, the part that I did see, I did mention multiple times already. I have seen like 10 to 15 minutes while I was at work when this was live. And that's also when I remember seeing him say that, yeah, it's okay to react to this. I might have been misunderstanding it, and that's why I'm gonna skim through it a bit more, so it's transformative. And also, I did see a part where it mentions that yes, it essentially confirms that yes, they did show it to other VTubers. Stuff that they really, really, really should not have shown to other VTubers of their company. That's the part that I did see, and oh my god, how? I can't wait to get to that part.
All right, content of VTubing. The content of VTubing is performing of the distribution of contents. Now, guys, you remember when I said this is where the definitions come in, okay? So let's review here. Let's do a little homework, right? Distribution of contents. What does that mean? Distribution of contents. Where was that? Here we go. Here we go. Distribution of contents means live streaming. Okay. Performing the live streaming. Okay. So that's what we have there. Performing the live streaming. Performing the social media disseminating. So okay, posting on Twitter, posting on Facebook,
Yeah.
posting on Twitch. Right? This is the scope of their job. So this is literally right here.
That's the
This is
job
the
description.
That's why this is super important. This is what their job is. Performance and appearance on television, radio, records, videos, movies, plays, concerts, etc. So not just live streaming, not just social media, but technically their job, they can make them, right? Because they can direct them to perform on TV, radio, records, videos, movies,
Dance,
plays,
my
concerts.
puppets.
So
Dance.
they technically have the ability.
That's basically it, let's
Don't
be
read
honest.
ahead. I see you guys reading ahead. Hey, no reading ahead. No reading ahead. Bad class. Bad class. Bad.
Degenerates. You guys
God damn it.
degenerates.
I was waiting for it that time. You're becoming foreseeable,
How dare you?
predictable.
How dare you? I love you guys. I appreciate you. Smash the like button. We got 6,000 people here watching today. Please like the video. Please like the video. Please share this out. Please drop a hater comment or a lover comment below, whether you're on the replay or whether you're here live. I appreciate all you guys. We're at 6,000 people and only 1,700 likes. I mean, should we even get to four? If we don't get to
Okay, let's keep a little bit ahead. Hold on, I'm curious about this. Like he's analyzing it a lot. He's also talking to his community a lot. And it's also why I'm gonna skip through it a bit. I do want people to check out the original video. Actually, hold on. There we go, and I'm gonna pin the message. There we go, that's the original message. The original stream, I should say. There's no way you have that much of an attention span now. Don't worry, I will be skipping to the content. But, yeah, I should post it in the description. Actually, here's the thing. After I download this, I'm taking down the actual live stream and then cutting it to pieces. So it will be in the description of those clips of my reaction to it. Because that's what I decided in the end. I'm going to have the proper thing live stream now, and then I'm going to have clips of it, which get to various points on here. I think that's a more efficient way of getting the information out. So that's why it's not in the description yet. That and I have been a bit lazy. Yes, a reminder when I look through the footage. Perfect idea. Thank you, Echo.
So they would be responsible for that. Sage, welcome as a new member. Semi Eclectic says, not the IRS, not even the justice system. Do not screw with the IRS.
Yes, do not screw with the IRS. There are three forces in the world you don't mess with. The IRS, the mafia, and lastly, the internet as a whole. Those are three forces you do not mess with in this world. You don't want to know what horrible powers they can unleash upon you. Poor, poor mortal soul. Oh yeah, the first two are different. No. The first two are very, very different. One of them will find ways to legally make you disappear. The other one might not even make you disappear. You will wish you will disappear, but you won't. The two are very, very different, but they're the same in the way that you don't want to mess with them. It's a very slight, thin line, but it's kind of important. It's a different type of suffering, let's put it like that. In both cases, you disappear from the public eye. How much you suffer afterwards is the difference. So impairment track record. Yes, kind of.
Guys, do not pay your taxes. Be good boys and girls. Kenneth, welcome as a new member. Lighton says this makes my head spin. Can you explain it to me in caveman? Oh, you mean?
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded.
That won't be that hard.
Yes.
I got you, bro.
Okay.
I got you. So quite simply, this clause here, the content clause, is explaining their job. So pretty much everything they're doing or could do, including anything IRL, they could actually force. So under this contract, Niji Sanji, Any Color Inc., could force a VTuber to dox themselves.
I wouldn't say it's weird that you understand things by analogies. Here's something that I learned. And here's a piece of knowledge which I personally value quite a bit, and I feel it's especially relevant in this day and age. Analogies are kind of like the memes, the DNA of the soul, as somehow so eloquently put it. The thing with analogies is that they resonate with people. The more they know about a subject, the easier it is for them to make associations between subjects and understand one in correlation to the other. That's not so difficult. Nothing special about it. It's in fact very common, and it's also why so many of those gurus and so on have such a large fan base, because they make analogies, and those analogies resonate with people. Even if what they say is at times completely dumb, just because there is an analogy, it resonates with people. And that's the important bit. Because oftentimes they say something completely stupid, and people understand something that somewhat makes sense. It's because the original thing that they have an analogy for made sense. The other thing doesn't. It's completely off the rockers, insane, and so on. Okay, I think that I'm on my path to becoming... No, Echo, please don't. There's enough of them. We don't need more. Especially, here's the thing that bugs me about gurus and the top 1%ers, and here's how you can be one of us and the other such nonsense. I will admit this, they have figured out a certain piece of the puzzle that is life. The problem is that they associate all of the pieces with that one piece. That's not the case. The second you do that, you have blinded yourself to all of the other puzzle pieces and how they work with, and at some point, you're going to either hit a wall, or trip, or step on something you think is solid and it's in fact quicksand, and you're going to go all the way to the bottom. Because life is simultaneously very complex and very simple. And as dumb as that sounds, because it sounds dumb when you put it like that, that is because there are some parts that are very simple and some parts that are very complex. People will focus on one or the other because they feel a stronger connection to that part. That's normal. The warp again. Yes, exactly. But you see what I mean? There are some things that are extremely simple and some things that are extremely complex. And oftentimes, they're pretty much the same thing. Here's an example. The law. It's extremely complex. There are 1,000 and something laws. And yet at the same time, you have common sense. Which 9 times out of 10, it's exactly the same thing as the law. They mean basically the same thing. You cannot harass people. You should not murder people. If you murder people, police will come. Simple logic. But the law makes it complex. They both mean the same thing. And yet, they are very different. And are used for different things. It's kind of the same principle here. Doesn't mean you should ignore one and base all of your actions on the other. But a lot of people do that. And that's a bit of an issue. The law just has to get into the details. Exactly. And because there are a lot of cases, a lot of circumstances, and so on, it can get complicated. That's why you have people specializing in it. And I feel like sometimes people specialize a bit too much in some things and they completely ignore the other things. And it leads to some comedic levels of I know what's better and you don't type of person. But let's move on. We are barely past 1 hour. I've shortened it to like 40 minutes. We need to hurry up a bit.
So, under the literal reading of this contract, let me zoom in for you guys. This clause here, they can force them.
Wait. Any other matters? Holy! Excuse me, Nani. Any other matters of ancillary or related to any of the above? I'm gonna need a drink for this. Just some water, but I'm still gonna need a drink for this. What the actual F? So you're telling me that it's not just VTuber stuff. They can pretty much control any of your activities going by this contract. Assuming it holds. That's just insanity. What the heck am I reading here?
To dox themselves.
Yes, they can literally order you to dox yourself. If you sign this.
To perform on TV, radio, records, videos, movies, plays, concerts, commercials. Where does it say they have to perform as a VTuber, whatever? Right?
Yeah, it doesn't. It literally doesn't that they have. I mean, it is called under the VTuber activities. But it doesn't say you have to perform them as the VTuber. So technically, I think they can actually get away with it.
They could technically do that. Technically. Now, would they? No, probably not. But they technically could.
Yeah, technically they could.
Right? Technically, right? Because they could say, "Oh, you've got to go on television."
Oh, the Discord.
Right?
Give me a sec. Let's see what Echo has sent over here. Oh, and he's not the only person who sent something. Okay, this is perfect. Thank you, Echo. Not any other part of it. Yes. Okay, someone else has sent me stuff about the Niji leak. I would not wish working with Niji on my worst enemy. Okay. I see how this is. Oh boy, this, yeah. Whew. Alright then. Moving on.
And they can force you to go on a third party, right? So, oh, you've got to go on Japanese TV, NHC, right? That's what it says right here. They can force them to go on TV, right? They shall. Shall means
Yeah, it's shall.
must, guys. Shall means must. Party B shall perform the duties in Article 3. This is Article 3. They shall go on TV. Look at this. Conducting press oh, look at this. Conducting press conferences. The press conference.
Oh my god, that's what they did with Elira and the others when they asked them to do that black background video. It was basically a press conference. Huh.
The press conference conference on YouTube.
Yeah.
They can tell them to do that. So even if Alira volunteered for it, it's not even a volunteer.
To specify, and I'm gonna clarify this a little bit. Alira, Vox, and Ike made a press conference sort of video, which honestly looked more like a hostage situation video, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to call it that. I'm not sure I would use that word specifically, but that's what I've seen other people call it for sure. Being voluntold. No, allow me to explain. So she said she volunteered her channel for the video. Now, here's the thing, and I have said this since day one. There is a very real chance that said volunteer was more along the lines of, out of you three who have this much, out of however many VTubers from the company they got, they were like, probably, here's what I imagine went down. Okay, we're gonna need 3 people. Out of those 3 people, this video will go on one of their channels. You get to decide who takes the hit. And Alira was like, okay, fine, I'll take the hit. That still is her volunteering. And it reminds me of a certain situation all the way back in middle school, where someone vandalized the classroom, did a lot of noise, and the teachers had like no idea who it was. And they basically said, okay, there were a single classroom of students on the entire floor. We know it was some of you guys. You either tell us who it was, or we're punishing the entire class. And that event is the sole reason why I have a black stain of sorts on my behavior records in middle school. Not for being involved with gangs, surprisingly, no. Not for all of the BS that I got away with, no. I have a black stain on my record for saying I did it because I knew some of my friends would get beaten by their parents if they took a hit there. So I just raised my hand and said, yeah, I did it. Before anyone said anything else or accused anyone else. Because if they accused one of my friends, they would have been in trouble. I'm guessing it was something similar. I'm not saying it was the same noble sentiment when Alira did that, as what I did. But I'm saying the situation was probably something similar. Also, you're gonna have to explain a bit more what do you mean yes but no. Because I at least think that that is what happened. I think that they were told, okay, out of this group, we're gonna need 3 people to do this thing. Who's offering themselves up as sacrifice? You get to decide, we don't really care, just get the message out. About volunteering, it is but actually isn't. Yeah, it kind of actually isn't. It's more of a who do you sacrifice? Who wants to be the scheduled sacrifice? You get to pick.
Well, we can just tell you to do it, right? So, it's kind of your job.
Let's skip ahead a bit.
It doesn't say as the character. For performing the distribution of contents,
Okay.
and Party B purchases the equipment designated by...
Wait, a bit. I want to see a bit before that.
So YouTube, they're taking a third, right?
Yeah, YouTube takes a third.
They're taking a third. So they're taking a half of that part that's already been cut, right?
So if they're taking a half of the part that's already been cut, that basically means the talent is left with like 33% approximately 33%. Well, it's actually 35%. Because it's 30, 70 is left and cut in half, yeah, it's 35% of revenue.
Let me do this too. So let's see. Also, no spamming in the chat. I hate doing slow mode. I'm going to do it on 2 seconds. There you go. There you go. No spamming in the chat, guys. I see you there. See you there. Also, we're already yellow, guys. Check behind the scenes. So make sure you guys are smashing the like button to get that out there because we are already yellow. We've already been reported to the Naughty Girls Club.
It's basically a third, but I do believe the actual rate that YouTube takes is 30%, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna have to double check, but I do believe YouTube takes 30%. It's basically a third, rounded a little bit up. But I do believe it's actually 30%, not literally a third.
Naughty Boys and Girls Club. So anything that is out there that they're being paid, any taxes that come out, any other thing, that's going to be 50%. Okay. Is that normal? I don't know. You'd have to ask other people, right? You'd have to ask other people.
As far as I know from other contracts and whatnot, as well as the contract that I did mention before with the previous company long ago, it is pretty close to industry standard. It's around 50% with the company that you sign on, as far as I'm aware. There are a few exceptions, and it depends on what the company also provides to you, obviously. But I do believe the basis of such contracts is 50%. And it kind of matches what I had back in the day.
Yeah. All right. Next, exclusive fee. Right?
Exclusive fee.
Party A determines that it's necessary for Party B.
Oh, this is some juicy stuff.
Purchase new equipment for performing the distribution of contents, and Party B purchases the equipment designated by Party A. Party B may charge Party A for an amount of equipment equivalent to the cost of purchase up to 200,000 yen.
How much is 200,000 yen? Hold on. I'm gonna Google that very fast. Okay, about a little over 1,200 euro. Okay. For equipment fees, not that bad. Not that bad. Also, I did just remember 1,000 euros was I lowballed it extremely much because I couldn't quite remember it. I just remembered how much equipment fund we have, personal equipment fund. It's 1,000 euros a year. It just hit me as I saw the number. And that's because my tablet was 1,200. No, not 1,000. It was 1,600 with a certain price cut. There we go. Yeah, those are the right numbers. I remember now.
Okay. Provided.
One thing to note is that similar to the equipment that we get, or rather that we have the option of getting, here's the thing. We are not obligated to use that money. If we don't use it, it just goes away. They get to keep it. The company gets to keep it if we don't use it. Which, to be fair, you know, if we don't use it, that's on us. But at the same time, we do get to keep the actual equipment after we spend said money. Here, however, what we see is that the employee has to pay for the equipment, and then may, which is not certainty as far as I'm concerned, charge the employee for the amount equivalent of such a purchase. No exclusive fee shall be charged. Let's let him continue.
However, no exclusive fee will be charged if this agreement is terminated due to cancellation, termination, or other circumstance by the last day of the month. So if this is terminated or canceled, you get no fee. So this is essentially saying that you're getting paid this amount for equipment only if you're in their good graces.
Yes, because it's if they determine that it's necessary. Yeah, it's around 2k USD, somewhere around that ballpark. But here's the part that really bugs me. If the employee determines that it's necessary, if they determine it's unnecessary, then basically go screw yourself. That's, they don't literally use that language, but judging by the word, you might not be compensated at all, no matter what. Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Now, just so you know, 200,000 yen is $1,300.
Oh, okay, it's 1,300 USD. There we go. He just said it. It's not 2k USD. The USD has not become that cheap yet.
$1,333 right now. That's fucking nothing. Okay?
I will say, equipment, from what I've noticed and from other people talking and so on and so forth, equipment seems extremely expensive outside of Romania. Like, Jesus Christ, the prices. Like, we have it cheap. Did yen drop that low? I don't think it ever was that high. I don't remember the yen being that high. I'm gonna be honest. I remember the yen being one of the lowest currencies. Out of all the ones that I've looked at, I remember the yen being one of the lowest. So it was always quite low in my knowledge of it. It might have dropped even lower in recent years. That's definitely a possibility. $1 is roughly 100. Ain't no bloody way that's true. Hold on. Dollar to yen. So currently, yeah, apparently it was at some point very low. Let's see, 5 years ago. Yeah, around 3 years ago, you would have been right, Echo. Around 3 years ago, it was around the ballpark of 100 yen. Starting to the 2000s, 2022, it apparently had a meteoric rise, a bit of a fall, and now it's currently at almost 150 yen per dollar. That is interesting to know. No, that's perfectly fine. This adds discussion. And this is what we are here for, discussion. And it's also interesting to know, it's interesting to check up on trends and whatnot, especially since VTubers rely on a lot of services that do deal in the Japanese currency. But yeah, I feel like it's the dollar that went down in recent years, not necessarily the yen. I guess the yen had it even worse. I don't know. It's interesting to see the differences at any rate.
It's about $1,333. Okay, so that's how much they're getting for new equipment. Yeah, fucking nuts.
Also, thinking about it, we Romanians had something similar of sorts. Great English, Mr. Narrator. It's as I'm laying it on work and how much it messed me up with all the socializing and grass touching and conversations and scary stuff. But we in Romania actually had similar issues where it got so bad that eventually we just decided, you know what, we're gonna just remake a little bit of the way we print the money and change a few things because it's getting kind of ridiculous with how high the numbers are going for money. That happened a couple of years ago, so things have been simplified quite a bit. We're a little bit more in line with the values a euro, a dollar, and several other currencies have. Our money used to look a lot like how yen looks like in terms of the numbers and the zeros attached to them. Some people still use the old values, which is a little bit hilarious after so many years. I used to use the old values a lot. I am guilty of it. I don't really change my ways. And luckily, I don't have many ways that need to be changed, so I am fortunate in that regard.
No, it's really nuts. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. Like, as a streamer, I'm not a VTuber. I am not a VTuber. I'm not a VTuber. But I just bought a new laptop just for traveling, and it's not even a great laptop. It's like the minimum laptop, the minimum spec'd out laptop to do streaming. It cost me probably about...
I was about to say, if it's the minimum laptop to do streaming... X to doubt. What do you mean X? At least I assume the X is for doubting. What is the X there for, actually? But as I was saying, the second he said minimum specs laptop, I was like, okay, do you mean minimum specs for streaming? Or do you mean minimum specs for a laptop? Because the two are wildly different. I'm not a VTuber. Not yet. Not yet. He's getting there. I can already see the tendrils of the virus consuming him from the inside. He already has the clips ready to go. The audience engagement is there. He's one step away from the abyss. Welcome to the the rabbit hole, motherfucker. God damn it, I miss Coco. You said that one word and I immediately remembered her. I'm gonna listen to her song again. Her last song was a damn good song. Both versions of it. If you know, you know.
$900, right? Like, it's like the minimum, not for even VTube streaming.
Well, understandable, but
it
yeah.
cost me like $900, right? Just about, roughly. Maybe 800 with the conversion rate, right? So, like, that's all you get.
No, I get that it wasn't a Coco reference. I'm very sure it wasn't in context. But I saw the word and my brain immediately went, God, I haven't really remembered about Coco in a while. I need to listen to the song again. She has been such a huge influence on VTubers in general that I feel bad not spending a little bit of time remembering her and honoring her memory. I say that if she's dead. She's not dead. She's what's the word for it? She's passed on to a future, better, slightly different life. Yes, the Good Morning one. That's the song I'm thinking of. Both versions of the song are fantastic. And the fact that there's both versions of them is something special indeed. How she got away with one specific version of it, I will never in my life figure out. Like, one of those versions, how did she make... No, how she made it, I know. How she got permission to put that live and still have it up, I will never understand. That's one of the life's biggest mysteries. That information is shrouded in the depths of history, and I don't think anyone will ever figure it out. That's one of the biggest secrets in the world. How did Coco manage to make that specific version of Good Morning? And have it be on YouTube? I will never understand that. It's the biggest mystery for me. And one of her biggest achievements.
And the other thing too is, this is the other thing too, guys. Look at this. They don't even necessarily give that to you.
Yeah, I don't. It's if they determine. If they determine means we have investigated the situation. We have determined we don't owe you squat. Good day. Please keep making us money. Somehow. They can literally do that to you if they feel like it. This is bullshit. Pardon my language, this is absolute bullshit. I don't usually swear. Even for a swear, it's pretty tame, but I still consider it a swear word. This is absolute... This isn't even bullshit. This is one step away from becoming literal dragon shit. Bullshit doesn't quite cover it.
So yeah. Well, no, I've got my... Guys, the ping is done. The ping tuber is done. I just have to practice on the software, and I haven't had a chance because I'm doing this legal stuff.
He already has a model. He just said he already has a model. Yeah, he's in the hole. He's not getting out. The claws are too deep. Okay, let's... as you said, yeah. Let's move on a bit further in. Like, the character is an employee, but the part is totally just...
So that's what they said. They can't undo that, right? 200k yen per what amount of time? That's a one-time thing. It's a one-time cost.
Wait, what?
Right, clearly. What is the point of putting something in
as
consideration
in per
if
purchase.
it's not a guarantee? Because you're allowed to have contingent payments. So, for example, think about a more simple contract, right? So think about a contract that says, if Rima brings me ice cream, I will pay her $5. If she brings me a quesadilla, I will pay her $10, right? So it's if she does X, she gets Y. It's okay to have a contingent because she can choose to just bring me ice cream, or she can choose to just bring me a quesadilla, or she could bring me both, right? It's if X, then Y. You are allowed to have contingent stuff. Look, guys, I know that you think like maybe the NTF is going to say I'm anti-Niji. No, that you're allowed to have contingent, and there's nothing about.
Sorry, I had a mosquito to squash.
Is not illegal. This is not let me just be clear. Under American law, this is not illegal. Also, dragon shit might be a common swear word in some fantasy RPGs.
It better be.
This clause, the exclusive fee, there's nothing illegal about this. This is not illegal. None of this is illegal. Now, we can argue morality.
Also, if we're talking swear words that might be interesting in RPGs, I would like to offer the idea of holy shit. Because that's interesting to think about. It's not something you'd probably expect to hear on the channel from me often, that's for sure. But think about it for a second. Holy shit is such a paradoxical thing, if you think about it for a little bit. It's something that shouldn't really exist, and yet it's a saying. So that implies that at some point, something that's holy took a shit. Now, how would you even classify that? Do you classify it as a miracle? Or do you classify it as a curse word? Discussing how do you categorize holy shit in terms of a saying was not one of the things that I expected to do when I started up this stream, but here we are. That one piece of degeneracy, the existence of that phrase is a small miracle itself. Exactly. That piece of degeneracy that I long ago said it went so far into the degenerate realm that it went all the way back to being wholesome, of my brain is showing its roots right now. Let us continue.
Right?
I don't want to
It's
go
not
back.
unlawful. Article 4, right? Poor Rima, she signed the wrong contract. I know. Poor girl.
Okay,
Flops in the chapter.
let's go forward.
That's normal.
Merchandising.
Hello, Millennium says, I got a clip for you. It's more cute and happy. See if you can use it. Fuamako, not tomorrow, today. 30-second use.
I am going to open a tab for that out of pure curiosity. I'm gonna have this for later because I'm curious. Now back to the actual video.
If I have time, if not, I will review it separately and then maybe see if I can not tomorrow today. I will.
I like that he's doing
watch
the
it
exact same thing I
another time.
did.
That might happen. So thank you. This is gonna be a long one already. Ben Tower says, with good budgeting, shopping around, you should be able to get a quality PC for VTubing for less than 1,300. Especially if you build it yourself. To add in a model, you need to haggle IMO.
Yeah, adding in the model is the biggest issue with streaming. Any streamer you talk to that's also a VTuber. And here's something that I myself messed up with when I built my PC that I'm currently using. I thought I was good for several years when I initially made this PC. I thought it was not gonna need an upgrade. It was fine for streaming. I completely forgot to take into account the actual model while streaming. And because of that, I had to later on buy a completely new, better processor. Just because the model is a thing that you also have to run. That was the reason why my very early on streams, in like the first year, were so laggy at times. The processor couldn't keep up, depending on what I was streaming. That was my mistake. I made it before I actually knew what I was completely getting into. I had a background as a YouTuber, so I kind of had an idea. I tested streaming. I didn't test it with the model. I was an idiot for not doing that when I made the PC. So, fair warning to anyone. When you're making your PC, when you're preparing the things, take into account the fact that you will be using a model along with the OBS, along with whatever other programs you might have. Let's say voice mod, for example, to smooth out the vocals and whatnot. Take into consideration that you will be having all of those along with the game that you are playing. It's very important. It will save you a lot of money in the long run. Don't be me. I mean, be me in the terms that you prepare and so on and so forth and foresee how things will change and so on. Don't be me when you forget one of the most important details.
Clarification. With regards to the model and rigging, I'm presuming you do it yourself or have a friend do it. If you outsource it, it'll be considerably more costly. Yeah, I think that's the thing. So
yeah, if you do the model yourself or have a friend do it and they do it as a favor or give you a huge price cut, yes, it's going to be less costly than if it's an outsource. And depending on the model, you can get some cheap ones, yes, maybe even quite fast. If you go for a super high-end 2D or 3D model, like upper class, in terms of prices, rigging and all of that, I hope your wallet is heavy. Like, I hope it literally weighs a bit with the physical money you can put in it, because otherwise you're gonna have some issues. Because those things cost a lot. My own model is made by myself. The textures are drawn by me, with the exception of the coat. The coat itself, or the jacket rather, it is an asset that I got off boot, and I had permission to modify it, and I did modify it quite a bit. Everything else, the hair, the eye color, everything else, I did do myself and drew myself, and then bash them together in Vroid and so on and so forth. I am working on a different model that's a lot more specialized, a lot more high-end, but it's taking time because I've hit a few walls. I'm not sure when that's gonna be perfectly solved, so... But yeah, if you do outsource it to others, it will cost. Expect to pay quite a bit of money for that, if you want a high-end one. If you want one of the more common ones, you can probably find it for quite the affordable price. There are many giveaways on Twitter as well, if you want to go that route and you're feeling lucky. There are also some people who every now and then do one for free. You have options. Let's put it like that. You have options if you're just getting into it, or looking to get into it.
So if you did it all yourself, because you're extremely talented, then yeah. But if you have to pay for somebody else...
Okay, quick disclaimer. You do not have to be extremely talented to do it all yourself. I would say that I'm the opposite of talent in terms of what it takes to make a VTuber. At least when I made this model. At least at that point, I was the opposite of talent, okay? I would argue that mine looks quite distinct from others. It's pleasant to look at. It has its own team going, and it's easily recognizable. It's fairly unique. I don't think I've seen, in all of my time on Twitter, I don't think I've seen a model that looks quite like mine. And I'm quite happy with it because of it. You don't need to do too crazy a job to achieve that result. Unlike whatever Todd Howard makes, it really just works. Thank you, Echo. I'll take it as a compliment. I will say this, in defense of Todd Howard. Whatever he actually makes does in fact tend to just work. The sad truth that not many people are aware of is that he's not been allowed to work on a lot of things. He, as far as I'm aware of, and if someone can provide me proof of otherwise, he has not been permitted by his company to code, specifically to code. There is a difference. He has not been permitted to code since Skyrim. Skyrim was the last game where he was permitted to write code for. And it kind of shows. If you look at the games that have come out from Bethesda since then, it kind of shows. And yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do feel for him, because they're still using him as the front and center spokesperson for the games. And he has a lot less to do with the games that he's currently involved with. And he himself has gone on record before saying that he really misses coding. And I believe him. As someone that is a programmer themselves, not necessarily a game programmer, but a programmer in general, I do kind of I do understand that longing to code again. I understand it perfectly. Speaking of, I kind of got sucked into Morrowind again. No small part takes two. The second you mentioned Morrowind, my brain immediately went, oh, Josh! God damn it, Josh Strife Hayes. I was certain of it before I even saw the name in the message. But I know, Josh's videos are amazing. And Morrowind as a game it has some unique charm. So I do hope you enjoy your journey in it. Yeah, it really is one of those reinstall later games and have fun with it. It really is. There are a few games that I would say have that quality, and those are the classics. Those are the classics that we should value and we should protect. Both for ourselves and for future generations. That's my stance on it. And if it takes piracy to do it, I'm not saying you should. I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm saying if I had the choice to stop you, I might consider not doing it. Let's put it like that in legal terms, okay? Okay. Not to mention kind of a local legend of a game. Exactly, yeah. Not as big yeah, Heroes 3 has such a big fan base. Such a cult following, and for very good reasons. It's kind of like a similar case with StarCraft, if you think about it. StarCraft, Heroes 3, Red Alert as well. Morrowind, these are all games that are timeless. And they just hit all of the right places in a time where it was so hard to hit even one good point in a game. And they just knocked it out of the park with all of them. I'm not saying you cannot improve on the games. But the games themselves are so good in their current state, in the state that they were years and years ago, that they work universally across time. An honorary Slavic. Oh, that's the angle you were going with. Okay, I was going with the angle that they made an impact. And they have shaped gaming as a whole. That's the angle I was going with. You were going with a very different angle. Both valid angles, might I add. But yeah, an honorary Slavic game, that's... I mean, you're right. You're definitely correct. Yes, it is I do believe you are correct. It is the first The Elder Scrolls game translated in several countries. I do remember it was very translated across the board. It's also one of the first one that got popular and was ported in a lot of languages and taken to a lot of different places. For example, in Romania, you could not find the second Elder Scrolls. That's just impossible. You do not find a box copy of that in Romania. Unless you're going to like a super specialized shop. And even I don't know if those exist anymore. There is a slight chance it might have existed in the past. I'm not sure they exist now, and they definitely did not exist in the majority of cities. Maybe the capital had one. Maybe two, at most. But there was no way you would find the Elder Scrolls 2 in here. Nah, no way. Similarly to how you could not find Diablo 1. As stupid as that sounds, you could not find Diablo 1. Diablo 2 was everywhere. You could not find Diablo 1 in Romania. And the world fear will hit kind of close. I mean, a seemingly unwelcoming place where people are cold to outsider. But as soon as you get into it, you just love it. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of places, I kind of combine places and people. A lot of places and people are cold to outsiders. That's just the nature of how things generally are. I get why you feel that way, because I know of current state of affairs and whatnot. But that's usually how it goes in general. People aren't that welcoming to those who are different to them. That's just universal truth, unfortunate as that might be. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls 3 is somewhat jank. All of them are have their own version of jank, but in the end it's satisfying and enjoyable, and that's all that matters. It's why the Elder Scroll games got away with so many bugs. Most of them were, for the most part, harmless. Yeah, again, it's a very common thing. It's not as much recent events, but I don't know why you. I'm assuming that's why you're paying a bit more attention to it now than before. That's what I was trying to convey. But again, it's a very common sentiment to be a little bit aware of strangers in general, outsiders, as some might put it. Those who talk a little bit different, look a little bit different. We as a society don't like to admit it, and some might even call it racist, but that's a lot more natural and understandable than people give it credit for in the end. Yeah, the game at the end of the at the end of the day, it's just a good past memory that you wanted to relive. Fair enough. Fair enough. At the end, that's all that matters. What I wanted to say is, people being a bit cold to outsiders, that, again, I have to reiterate this, it's a lot more common than people want to say. A lot of people will scream, oh, you're racist, or oh, you don't like those people, or oh, it's a lot more common. It's not even necessarily racism, as it is, in a lot of cases, caution, confusion at times, and simply not understanding the differences between people. So many problems could be solved if you just understood a little bit more. So many problems. And it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy. If it was easy, everyone would do it and there would be no problems, but here we are. But I do believe the game captures that feel very well. Okay, back to the video, because we have deviated for quite a bit.
To do it, then it's gonna really exceed it. People say, by the way, if you want full body track, you need 2 iPhones, one for the face, one for the body. So yeah,
I have heard of the double iPhone tracking. I still believe the one, not necessarily with the suit, but the one with I don't know if I want to call them cuffs or whatever. Trackers, that's the word I'm looking for. The one with the trackers that you attach to your wrists and knees and whatnot. I still believe that gives better tracking, and also more amusing tracking at times, than the iPhone tracking. With the setup with the double iPhones. From what I've noticed from other VTubers, I don't have experience with full body tracking. I have experimented a little bit with very limited hand capture tracking thingamajig. I might upgrade to that at some point, but for now, listen. We were talking about Morrowind. I was thinking Oblivion, Bethesda games. Prisoner came into mind, and immediately after that, the next connection was cuffs. That's how my brain works. It will go from one thought to something somewhat related, then jump immediately back to the thing that I was actually talking about and just slam that right in. That's how my brain works. Now you might assume that the reason why I said cuffs was because of Forspoken. No. I have mostly deleted that from my memory. I do not want to bring that up again. I do not like the game. It is not for me. It is objectively and subjectively not a good game. You are free to also disagree on that, and that is your opinion. That's perfectly fine. Not gonna contest that. Moving on. That was more so a disclaimer for anyone who watches in the future, because I know some people did enjoy it, and that's perfectly fine. But it really was not objectively a good game, and I refuse to let anyone else say otherwise. Because that's just a lie at that point. Okay, back to the thingamajig. You had to think for a second about what you were talking about. Yeah, it's not exactly the most memorable of things, and honestly, I think it's better if it's forgotten. I do say that history should be remembered, but there are some things that are better off forgotten. I do believe Forsaken is one of them. It should be forsaken from the annals of history. The events that led to it, not so much, especially for game developers. For the gamers themselves, just a speck in the wind that's becoming ever more distant as we return to the video before I get distracted again.
Born says it sounds like Niji doesn't have a cap on what they can ask their talent to do, but the talent has a maximum reimbursable forced bankruptcy. Well, you know, they're not being considerate of that.
Okay, the forced bankruptcy stuff. They're not forcing the talent to buy technically stuff. So, from this point of view, if you just go for the minimum requirements, and they are individual purchases, you could technically speaking get Ninja to reimburse all of the gear that you buy. So it's not as much as bad as they make it sound here. Just want to point that out. I do want to be impartial as much as they'll allow me to be. And by that I mean the people who made this contract, because Jesus Christ, some of the clauses are... oh boy. Also, I think we're getting close to the really crazy stuff.
Is this going to be another 5-hour stream? We'll see. We'll see. We're in article
4
5.
hour.
There's
4 hour.
30 articles, so we're in article 5. Actual cost.
Oh.
Actual cost.
What do you...
The actual cost of transportation when B goes to the office or visits at A, and the actual cost of expenses incurred in connection with execution of work party B should be borne by party A. So, look, guys. Look, let's be fair. Points to Niji Sanji. They actually have to pay when they force them to travel to the office or visit the office in Japan. So,
okay, yeah, that is a point for them. That's a win for them, in my opinion. So they might require you to go to their offices in Japan or wherever the office is located, but they will pay the travel expenses. That's literally what this means. So, okay, I'm gonna class that as a win. That's, at least in Romania, that's not always the case. And I know because my mother does a lot of traveling, as she's a nuclear safety researcher. That's as detailed as I'm willing to go into it. The standard for literally company there. Yeah, it's not standard everywhere. I know because she travels a lot because of her job. All the classes are work-related to travel are paid by the company. Again, that's not always the case. They do pay most of it in her case, but there have been exceptions. I think one of the exceptions is if they provide something, but for whatever reason you are unable to take the option they provide. Like I do believe they are forced to provide an option. But if that option doesn't work out for you, then you have to basically figure it out yourself. And I do believe, I might be wrong on this because I don't have the exact details, but I do believe you can get reimbursed for the total sum of the travel expenses and what on later. I'm not 100% sure. I do know, however, some other people who do work also in Romania, they do have to pay their own travel expenses. It's not always a common thing for the company to pay the travel expenses. So I am going to give this as a win to them.
that part is good, right? That part is good. Good Niji. Good Niji. But it also is lawful. If they were making somebody travel to Japan, that's kind of customary. I'm not saying that's like they're doing anything necessarily overwhelmingly good, but like this is to be expected, right?
Right, it is slightly different. That also sounds like the same way of doing things. Yeah, I do believe they are required to provide a method of getting there. But if the accommodations that they make don't pan out for you for whatever other reasons, then yeah, you do kind of have to figure stuff out yourself. And then they'll probably reimburse it. But again, it depends on the company and each thing in particular. I don't know, my auntie, which again is a high school director, has had to travel a few times. If I remember correctly, she did have to pay her own stuff on a number of occasions. So those were not reimbursed. I can't remember the exact circumstances that happened, but I do remember it happening somewhat recently, at least once. So again, it's more of a case-by-case thing, I imagine. In general, I think it should be covered, especially if the company requires you to do the travel. But I do believe it's, at least here, it's more of a case-by-case scenario.
So, okay, all right, they're paying for that. They're paying for that thing. Party B shall issue and send them an invoice stating the total amount of the cost by the third business day of the month following which the actual... Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. I take back that. Niji Sanji is not advancing them the money. They're reimbursing them. So they have to pay out of pocket for the ticket. Hold up.
Oh yeah, that is slightly different, because if you can't pay out of pocket yourself, then they won't reimburse you. That is actually slightly different from the way they do things here. That's a bit spicy second point there.
And then they've got to submit the invoice. And then they're going to get paid the month following. So you've got to, it's a time-limited reimbursement. Thank you, professional gentlemen. Thank you. That's a good way to frame it. Time-limited reimbursement. So hold on. I gave him a point. I'm now subtracting this point. Point number one, add point. Subtracts point immediately, right? Subtracts point immediately.
Yeah.
Hold on. That is a really shitty way to do this. Right? So you've got to pay for I mean, guys, have you guys, I don't know how many of you guys have flown to Asia. It's not cheap. Coming into Tokyo from, let's say, Canada, the US, Mexico, somewhere else in North America, that's not cheap. So we're looking at like $2,000.
I'm going to assume it's not cheap here as well to fly pretty much anywhere. And we're kind of in the middle if you think about it. Well, this is not entirely strange. In most cases, you'll need a receipt for the ticket. You actually go to or something like that, and you only get that. Yeah. But again, in most cases that he's referring to, I'm assuming, they would be the ones who provide you the ticket, who buy the stuff, who send you things over, and so on and so forth. That's the deal that my mother usually has. You accent on the usually bit. So they don't make you buy all of those things in most cases. When they give you, when they pay for your travel expenses and so on, what most companies will do, as far as I'm aware, again, at least here in Romania, they will buy the ticket for you. They will talk to you and when arranging the dates and so on and so forth, but they will buy the ticket for you. They will send it to you, and they're the ones handling all the money. You might show the price for a ticket, but you get to the place for a smaller price somehow and pocket the difference. Honestly, if you manage to do that, because I know there are cases like that, if you manage to do that, but you still have the receipt that tells you this is how much this costs, yeah, you pocket the money and that's it. That's how Romania works. Oh, well, yeah, if they just straight up buy a ticket for you, that's another story. Exactly. That's what he thought was the case for the first one. They just straight up buy the ticket for it. But apparently that's not the case.
gonna pay, right? Oh yeah, oh sorry, there's $2,000. I'm just gonna not just that, but not that's the ticket, that's the plane ticket, and then the hotel in Tokyo. Yeah, that's expensive, right? Yeah, so it said 1,000 minimum to buy Korean Air to Korea. Yeah, no, Matt, that's minimum. That's back in the day too. Now it's I'm looking now. I'm finding like 1,300 if I fly like Ava Air, whatever, through Taiwan. So I chance a Chinese invasion, right? And it's 1,300. That's the cheapest I can get if I fly economy and there's weights and all this stuff. Probably don't even have a TV in the screen. It's crazy.
Why would... Okay, maybe this is just me who hasn't flown that much. I have flown with a plane before on a few occasions while traveling. And so maybe this is just me. Maybe my plane rides were short. Why the fuck would you want a TV screen on your airplane? Like, I get that it's a long trip. I get that you'd want some entertainment. But books exist for for crying out loud. What the heck?
Take says, have I missed much? Thanks to an inconsiderate person who said it was a good time to wake me up to get new info. I'm awake. What's up, Dave Grant? Welcome, brother. Yeah, you just missed half the contract. I'm joking. We're on Article 5. You haven't missed too much. And considering the tendency of Niji to delay...
That's also a good point. They
I
do
keep
tend to
saying
delay
small
stuff.
plus 13K.
Zoomers and books. Read the damn book. That's my little message to any person out there. Start reading a damn book. If you don't know how to read, start learning. Because if you can't read a book, I guarantee you're not gonna read a tablet or a phone or a computer. They use the same bloody letters, goddammit.
Models getting really expensive. Well, they're not covering 13K. A bird is a new member. Welcome. 16 tons intensifies I owe my soul to Nichi Sanji. I think there's a double post there, but thank you, Sam. Appreciate you, brother. Chris says, if this contract were to be thrown out in America, would it allow the VTuber to seek compensation for the money? Maybe. It depends. If it's thrown out, then a lot of the provisions that would be in here would just not apply anymore, right?
Okay, so another thing. I was actually confused about this when I looked up a bit of information. It seems that at least in Romania, just because a certain part of the contract is thrown out or disregarded or whatever by the court of law, that doesn't actually disregard the rest of the contract. Which is kind of stupid when I say it out loud. It seems stupid to me, but apparently that's how it works. If a certain part of the contract is stupid and should not be in effect, that doesn't nullify the entire contract. That said, we do have different laws that are separate from the actual work contract that usually cover those things. So it's a little bit more of a complicated situation.
Thank you for...
It's not all in the contract that you sign as a employee in Romania. There are specific laws that handle a lot of these things, regardless of what contract you sign. And those obviously take precedence over whatever the hell you sign.
Waking up and throwing 50 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for supporting me. Appreciate y'all.
Let's go forward a bit.
Thank you. Is etc. that they deem necessary for execution of VTuber activities and shall cooperate with the operation of the program except in cases which party A deems are unavoidable reasons. So what this says is Niji, any color, can force you into a meeting or conference. Once again, this is reinforcing that they can force you to do something. As I saw you
yes.
right now saying, that's a fucking employee. Yeah, that's a one.
Yeah, that's an employee.
They can force you to go to a meeting, right? And look, it's normal for an employee, not for a contractor. It is normal for an employee, right, to have to go to meetings, right? That's normal, right? But this is supposed to be like somebody who's free, right?
Yeah, free as a bird in a cage. You might not be at all too familiar with the concept, but part of a contract being unfit, somehow not breaking the entire contract, does seem like a decent idea. Yeah, again, as long as there are things that cover the interests of the employee in the law system, and Romania does have that. We do have that. So, for example, minimum paid week, not week, vacation days. We do have that covered in our legislation. It's separate, and employees can give more than that, but we do have a minimum that they are obligated to give us. They don't need to specify that in the contract. Though I believe that should also be specified in the contract whether it's nullifying some part or not. Again, that's covered by the actual laws. I do believe that is covered by the actual laws. Okay, again, I'm not 100% sure myself, because I haven't researched it nearly enough as an actual lawyer would. But I do believe it's covered in the actual laws as well. I do believe the contract should make some reference to said laws. So that's also something to consider. But yeah. We're back to stuff. Alrighty then.
Okay. If requested, here we go. If Party B is requested by Party A to appear as the character or engage in other activities as part of VTuber activities, Party B shall comply. So you have to physically show up, including in person, to meetings and conferences if they request it. But also you have to show up in character. Okay, fine. Conducting training. So you shall participate in a VTuber training. We talked about this before. It is not.
This right here is pretty standard. They will have a period of time where they train you as a VTuber, as a talent. They get you to know and collaborate a little bit, so you get to know each other with the people in the same wave or gen as you. This is pretty standard stuff. Let's move forward a bit.
Pretty standard. That's not too crazy. Because I got to be honest with you guys, I'm trying to be very fair. Trying to be very fair about what is or is not standard. Okay, I'm not trying to say something is not standard when it is, right? And that those provisions are fairly standard. Okay, let's continue here.
Fair enough.
Management of information on the account. So in the event that Party A creates the account, so meaning the characters account, right? Social media accounts too as well. Party A may provide Party B with a user ID and password. Okay, well that's normal, right? So Party
normal
A is
stuff.
So Niji is going to give.
Let's skip a bit forward.
Tell you, I shall order you to. Okay, well that's all. Niji.
Wait, I think I remember this. I think this is the part that I did see a little bit. There we go.
They bought with their own money. The contract tries to get them to do that. Now, here's what we get with what the contract says and what's legal. And this is something very important. In fact, let me talk to you guys real quick. Let me go away. No, it's over there. Go away for a second. Go away, right? Okay. Guys, we're here.
Yes.
Just because a contract says something doesn't mean it's legal or lawful.
Exactly.
Oftentimes will say stuff that's unlawful, illegal, impermissible, or against the law.
Okay, I'm just going to put this out there. If contracts do say that, a lot of times, at least in Romania, they will not get legalized in the first place. They will not pass the legalization process. Now, some lawyers might find ways to skip through that entire process and just get it legalized anyways. But in the most cases, in the average case, if there's something illegal in the contract, it won't be legalized and it's basically null and void from the very beginning. It doesn't even get approved.
So just because we're reading this in the contract doesn't mean this would be enforceable in Canada, in the US, in Europe, in Indonesia, in Thailand, where I'm at, we're in Korea, wherever else, right? This was written obviously in a Japanese context, and we don't even know whether this would be enforceable in Japan. I'm not a Japanese lawyer. I really can't say anything about that, right? I would love for a Japanese lawyer to comment on this, whether this is even enforceable in Japan. I have serious questions, right? Like if this was a Japanese employment contract, is this even legal? I don't know. I have questions. I have serious doubts. I would want to hear from a lawyer in Japan and say, hey, tell me, is this legal in Japan? Because I'm not even sure it is. I don't even know. I don't know. I can't say one way or another. I don't know. Meanwhile, in Hollowed Phase, whistling and fishing. Yes, indeed. Is this a VTuber contract or a Walmart job offer? It sounds like one or McDonald's. I love this. I'm learning so much. Great. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are learning from this, because my point is to educate and entertain at the same time, to do both. Alira, by my command, I shall order you to. Okay, well, that's all. Niji-san trying to damage control. Yeah. That's why reading a contract before signing is important. Why some refuse to do that is beyond me. That, or they're being pressured. They just want the clout, right? They want to join. And I've talked to people who've told me that they know people that they've told them directly they will just sign and not even look. They've said that.
Which is very, very stupid. Because here's the thing. There are many loopholes in any legal system. I bloody promise you. You will find so many loopholes if you are smart enough to search for them and find them. So many loopholes. Can you use them? Most of the time not, especially if you're the one being offered said contract. Can the contractor use them? A lot of times yes. Will they? Many times no, but they do have the option. And the fact that they have the option itself is already cause for worry. You should know what you are signing. Like even a seemingly inconspicuous job such as mine, I'm being asked to sign a lot of stuff for various reasons. And that's because as part of my position, I do have the authority to sign off on other people's work. So, for example, if one of my superiors is not in the office, I am permitted to sign in their place. As dumb as it sounds, yes, I can sign for my superiors or some of my colleagues. I cannot sign for the director or the vice director. Anyone else, I can sign in their place. As stupid as that seems. I am legally allowed to do that. It will be my responsibility. So I basically divert the responsibility from them to me. But it does count as someone of their position, even though they are ranked higher than me, or on a completely different branch of the company. It does count as someone in their position signing the contract, the document, whatever. Just because I'm permitted to do that because of my position. It's a little bit weird, but it's very important that I do read stuff and I don't do something stupid.
And I've seen people do things like that. Lila Skewer says, for contracts written like this, where provisions are based on the discretion of a party, can a judge or jury decide whether decisions which that party made were reasonable under the circumstances? So what a judge can do, this is a great question, Lily, and let me explain this.
I'm actually curious about this one.
Real quick, so what a judge can do is they're going to look at this and they're going to say, number one, does this violate our existing law, wherever we are, wherever we're judging this contract at?
Yeah, so again, we go back to the fact that laws are the first thing that you have to question. Has it been broken? Has it been violated? If it hasn't, then you usually go back to a contract and see if the contract has been broken, if the trust and if the terms and conditions have been breached, broken, whatever you want to call it. Before that, the law is king.
to violate
And I don't mean the moral law, as much as we wish that was the case sometimes.
our law. If it does, any provision, anything in the contract that is illegal, it's deleted. It's deleted from the contract. Then above that, there's something called unconscionability. This is something that's very true in many, many, many contracts under Western judicial precedents, right? Unconscionable contracts. That means unfair, right? The terms are unfair. They're unconscionable. Anything that the judge goes in there and says, this is so extreme that it is unconscionable. It's beyond the pale. It's just too extreme. The judge is going to get rid of that. Now, judges are very reluctant to do that unless it's extreme. But in this case, there's some stuff that they're going to say, we're going to take a second look at that. Especially in America.
Ownership and rights.
Especially in America. So that said, let's continue. Ownership of rights. I know you guys were painted for this one. So here's a big one.
Yeah, this
Ownership
is big.
Of rights. Okay. Says, Party A and Party B hereby confirm that ownership, intellectual rights, and any other right shall belong to Party A. So here it is. They're agreeing about IP, that all of the IP is owned by Niji Sanji, by any color, right?
Yeah, the majority of companies that, the majority of VTuber agencies, I should say, that you do sign up with, they own the character, the model, and so on and so forth. That's part of the deal that you sign, and it's one of the reasons why currently I would not want to sign with such a company. There are companies who don't force you to rebrand and whatnot, or to give up your IP. I would be more inclined to sign with one of those, if they'll have me. And fun little fact, I do have a little bit of a interesting screening project of myself. So whenever I do apply to one of these agencies, what I do is I take the little first stream ever that I made and I send them that. And it's 4 hours long. And the reason I do that is because when I was first looking for advice and I sent that to someone who has been a VTuber for far longer than me and who has been moderately successful with auditions before, I asked them to look at that first stream because I was stressed. I didn't know if I did anything wrong, if they could offer some advice, whatever. And they offered over on Twitter. And they were like, yeah, okay, I'll take a glance at it. I'll skim through it a little bit. 1 hour passes and nothing. 2 hour passes and nothing. I assumed, even though I directly told them, yeah, this is the stream, here you go. I assumed that they'll probably watch it the next day, something like that. About 4 hours and a half in, I get a message from them. I watched the entire thing. You don't have to worry. All of the mistakes that the average new VTuber makes, I don't see any of them here. Those were his words. And I myself watched it again afterwards. He was right. The basic mistakes that a lot of people do is they don't maintain the vibe. That's one of them. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to constantly talk. But there is a certain vibe that you have to maintain. And maintaining it for a long period of time, anywhere from 1 hour to 2 hours, that's already above. That would be one hell of an encouragement. Yeah, so what they basically did, they started the video with the intention of skimming through it and just seeing a few pieces of it. They ended up watching it all in its entirety, all 4 hours. And then they messaged me. Even though they were late for an appointment or something, they just stood there the entire 4 hours and then they messaged me and told me, yeah, this is some good stuff. You are fine. I don't have advice for you. You'll be fine. And that meant a lot to me. So what I'm doing now is that whenever I do apply for a company, I just send them that exact same stream, the 4 hour stream, and I'm like, I want to see type of company that I want to sign with is one that will actually take the time to at least skim through it, at the very least skim through it, and I want to see if they'll actually go back and have the same reaction as that person. That's the sort of company that I want to sign up with. The one that will actually take the time to look through it, at least a little bit, out of curiosity. At least give me the time of the day, as they say. Not just be like, oh, 4 hours, nah, out of here, goodbye. We don't care about that. I want to see a company that actually takes the time to look through it and has that same reaction, considering that's my stream from years ago. Because I obviously have improved, at least a little bit in my humble opinion. But that was years ago. And that was the quality that I could offer at the time, when I was actually doing my absolute best. Because it was my first stream. For me, that was basically a debut stream. I had prepared the jokes, at least some of them in my mind. I had rehearsed some of the mannerisms that I wanted to do, so I can prepare for that one. Far more than I am these days. But these days, most of it comes a bit more natural to me. So there is also that to consider. But the company that I want to sign up with, at some point, if it ever happens, is one that will at the very least skim through that and think, you know what, we can use this person. If this is the person years ago, we can probably use him. That's the sort of company that I want to sign up with, if ever. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Party B may not perform any act, including but not limited to dissembling, decompiling, and reverse engineering that may infringe on a legal right of Party A and any third party who has granted Party A license to use.
Okay.
See? There it is.
I would say that's pretty basic.
Can't do anything that may infringe on a legal right of any color or any third party. So that's a lot. In the event that ownership rights, copyrights, or other legal rights arise to Party B in the case of VTuber activities such as rights, this is under what I presume is Japanese Copyright Act, right? Let me look this up real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Article 27 and Article 28, Japanese Copyright Act. I guarantee you this is, here we go, Japanese law translation of this. I'm going to share the screen with you.
Oh.
So here is the translated Japanese copyright law. So this is clearly what
the author of a work has exclusive. I can personally read this because it's public Japanese law. The author of a work has exclusive right to translate that work, compose musical arrangement of it, reformulate it, dramatize it, make a cinematographic adaptation of it, or otherwise adapt the work. The author, connection with the exploitation of a derivative work, the original work underlying a derivative work, holds exclusive right to the same categories as the rights prescribed. Okay.
Talking about, right? Even though there's too stupid to include a clear reference to this being Japanese copyright law, but okay. Translation rights, adaptation rights, and others. So the author of a work has exclusive.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. If the document is based on a Japanese company and it's their standard so and so, I don't really think they need to specify that it's Japanese law that they're referring to. I feel like that's fine-ish.
Exclusive right to translate a work, compose musical arrangement, reformulate, dramatize it, and make. Oh, well, let me get how many we got here. We've got.
Wait.
Make sure. Yep. All right. Let's get a couple here. Oh, thank you for the $6.99. Appreciate Samurai Screw. Judith says, referring to Clause 8, over management posted on behalf of all talents, and their management team should be pliable, right? I mean, over management. They definitely, yeah.
Yeah, over management is an interesting word.
with the talent, right? Because the talent was going, they're acting as agents. There's a liver named Ren who produces his own music, probably pays for it all. Does this mean Niji owns all of it? Yes, 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 that's exactly what that means. Yes, they do. They're claiming if it relates to his, if he is a Niji Sanji Ien and he signed this contract, presuming he signed this contract, which once again, let me be very clear, Niji Sanji and the Niji Sanji.
Which, let me also be clear, I do know for a fact some of the contracts are different. I can't say the exact extent to which some of them are different, but I do know for a fact some of them are different. And we're going to leave it at that.
Squad, NTF, they have the defense that this is not the contract they signed, and their contracts are totally different, which could be true, right? Could be, right? Could be, right? If somebody paid an artist to do something, so let's say that when Selen Tatsuki, right, Doki, right, the pilot behind Doki, paid an artist $100,000 or something. Let's say she paid $100,000. They can use it without compensation. They don't have to repay her for it. They can use as much as they want. They don't have to pay her shit. That's what that says.
Okay.
That's what that says. So you can pay an artist. They cannot reimburse you. They cannot reimburse you, and they can use all of it. They can use every single thing. And I see people in chat, people saying this is standard. I'm just saying it may be standard. I'm just explaining it, okay? It may be standard.
It's standard, but it also kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Let's put it like that.
I think some people are shocked by that.
And it's not exactly shocking, because work you do while under a company, employed by a company, to some extent, does belong to said company. It depends. But for example, if my mother, who again is a nuclear researcher, made a thesis on the safety of a certain reactor in Romania, the thesis would be attached to both her and the facility she works at. That's kind of how that works.
It may be standard. It probably is standard. Right? But still, typically, what you'd want to see is that if you paid for it, you're getting reimbursed and a guarantee to get reimbursed. See, here's the thing. It'd be different. See, if they're reimbursing you for it, like, okay, if you go out and pay for something and they're reimbursing you, then yeah, okay, they should be able to use it as much because they're paying for you, so they own it, right?
Yeah.
But like the issue here is we know they have an issue, at least we've been told they have an issue with repaying, right? And so the idea that they can not repay and then go use your fan art is, yeah. I mean, and some people say morally, right? Even if it's legally okay, right? Legally, it's fine. Doesn't mean it's right morally.
Morally, there are a lot of things that are morally not okay in the world. A lot of people like to pretend like, oh no, racism is the worst thing ever. Woe is us. Someone said a bad word. I'm not saying it should be forgiven or ignored, but there are far, far, far more dreadful things going on in the world. Legally or illegally. Way worse things. If that's the worst that you can imagine, you haven't seen enough of the world. And I sincerely pray you never do, because some of the things going on in the world are absolutely horrific. Literally not meant for the minds of a normal person. Let's continue.
That's a different question. I'm not talking about morality. We're just talking about the
yeah, we are not talking about morality.
The Japanese law is no. Well, I'm talking about U.S. law as we go.
The Japanese law is no. That's good to know. Now, I'm not saying the person is correct, but if the Japanese law is no, then someone's in big trouble.
So I don't know what specific thing you're talking about, Senior Tortillas, but I try to reference U.S. law as we go. So in most cases, like I said, a lot of these things are going to be very sus under U.S. law so far. Sentai says pilot is a weird way to say it. Not that term gets thrown around as for flesh tubers, so I guess it's better than that. Well, the pilot was actually told to me by I think like Rima and Lydia or something. Like I forget who I asked about it, but like I got that term. Maybe it was Nux or somebody else, but I actually got that term from VTubers who told me to use the word pilot. So I'm using that word.
Honestly, pilot, I think it's the first time I've heard of it. I'm not sure it was Nox. Nox? Yeah, I think that's a nice term of putting it. The pilot of the VTuber. I personally prefer the mastermind behind the VTuber. I feel like that is a little bit more grandiose and fitting of the fantasy that VTubers are so tied up with. I feel like I prefer the term mastermind behind the VTuber. Personal little thing. Can we make that happen? Can we make that be the term? I don't think I have the influence to make that the term, but I'm just going to keep referring it to that. It just has a nice little ring to it.
If you guys come up with a better word than pilot, okay, but I don't like saying flesh tuber because that implies that they're like me, like showing their face, right?
Flesh tuber is honestly kinda I don't like the term. Like, I get where it came from, but I feel like you could just say the human, the person. There are 1,000 better terms than flesh tuber. It shouldn't even have been invented, if you ask me, as more than a joke. But that's me.
I like it like it's like get in the Ava, you know, get in the Ava, Shinji. Get in the Ava, Lyra. Beautiful Origin
Yeah,
says,
the pilot
wait,
is nice.
Japanese account gives rights to party B, and this says party B must give the rights to party A. Is that legal? Can rights be transferred in that way? Sure, sure. I mean, you can agree to almost anything. Contracts have really wide latitude, typically, but sometimes there are certain things that may violate an employment arrangement or agreement or employment law.
Getting the robot Shinji, yeah.
Its standard is not a defense against its morally questionable best. Yeah.
In this case, it would be insert real name. Actually, no, it would be getting the insert VTuber name, and after that, insert the real name. Sorry, legal name.
Yes, I agree. I agree, Hollow. I'm just telling you, man. Just gonna be honest. Did we say hi yet to the Niji Sanji Livers doing a contract review watching? Oh, that's great. Hi, Livers.
That would be funny if there were actually Niji Sanji Livers watching this.
Fine. They can say that. Maybe they're right. We don't know. Review says Party A shall have an exclusive right to demand and receive from third parties any and all consideration from VTubing activities of the second party. Wait, what?
What?
Party A, any color, shall have the exclusive right to demand and receive from third parties any consideration arising from the VTuber activities of the second part. Oh, meaning party B. This is shitty wording. Sorry, let me pull this.
Yeah, that's very shitty wording.
This revenue part, this is really shitty worded, but this is really interesting. So what this means is that Niji Sanji can demand money from any third party. And also, people mention in the chat the play button. They can keep the play button on this. This is
yes, they can keep the play button. I keep forgetting about that. That's wild. That's stupid. And here's a clear-cut comparison of how stupid that is. Hololive has a group of twin VTubers, Fuamoko, which is run by Fuawa and Mokoko. When they got their play button, they ordered an extra one for one of the livers. It literally just costs money to have that second play button. They didn't have to. They have one channel. They don't have two channels. But there are two people behind the channel. They got a second play button for them. Niji couldn't even get the one they get for free. They didn't even give that to the livers. They just have a bloody vault on the yacht where they just deposit them. I'm not even sure the yak part is an actual thing. I'm just making the joke, okay? We're good. We're good.
Definitely the play button. So the play button can definitely be received. That's something received from third parties, any consideration. So yeah, they can keep and receive the play button. So this is the play button here for sure. But also because it's any and all consideration. Consideration includes both money and physical things. But they could also demand payment for somebody. So for example, if Alira goes on with Ike or whatever, or sorry, like let's say Alira does an appearance on an indie, right?
Okay.
Or let's say that Vox goes on with Kirsch, right? So Vox streams the Kirsch. Niji Sanji can show up and demand money from Kirsch. They can demand it if Kirsch was to be paying Vox, right? So like if
Well, no. Even if Kirsch doesn't pay Vox, they could demand it, actually, from what I'm understanding here, which is bullshit.
Kirsch paid Vox, they can demand that revenue come through them. So any revenue they get, there can't be any revenue that does not go to Niji Sanji. So what this says is that all money has to go.
Because it's the part of the receiving is what he's saying right here. That if he was to be paid, that would count as receiving and they would receive it. But they also have the right to demand, which is kind of insane if you ask me in this case.
Go to Niji Sanji, right? You can't go around Niji Sanji. You have to go through them. So no money can go directly to the creator. Warranty against effects. Okay, this is kind of standard. They in the preparation.
Okay,
let's
Party B skip a bit forward.
Warrant that deliverables are free from defect. This is standard. Privacy, rights of honor, and other interests. What is this?
Wait.
Right? So I may do this one kind of quickly.
Prohibited actions.
Samurai says, maybe someone can get a Japanese lawyer, preferably one who knows English, to collaborate with you so you understand it better. Samurai, that is the problem. The problem is you can find a Japanese lawyer, but not one that speaks fluent English. And to a level, it's very rare. It's rare to find one that is good enough in both English and Japanese to explain it in both languages and also know the law on the American, and then I can, talk American side, they can talk Japanese side. It's very rare. It's hard to find. The English fluency is a problem. And I've looked, and also the other thing is with defamation in Japan, a lot of them don't want to bring it up.
Yeah, defamation is a thing in Japan. I keep forgetting about that. Oh, I was stuck.
All right. So what's not allowed? Broadcasting or transmitting images using social media or other means in a way that infringes on IP, that deals with privacy, rights of honor, and other interests. What is this? Rights of honor.
That's a Japanese thing, 100%.
This is Japanese AF. Rights of honor, right?
Criminal acts, obscene or harmful to you.
The external service provider or third
Child
party. So this is essentially,
okay, a lot of these are standard. Let's skip ahead a bit more.
For Niji Sanji, any color, which is a lot, right?
Oh, wait.
Prohibited activity. She's obscene and harmful to youth, for sure. 100% confirmed. Right? CP, anything involving, I'm not going to read this, but you see it right here. Can't do any of that.
Wait. Hold on. Oh, for the purpose. I saw dating, and I was like, wait a second. But no, if it's for the purpose of dating, I can kind of understand it. So they're not supposed to stream for the explicit purpose of dating. Okay, I can understand that.
No drinking, drug use, none of that. No bullying.
Uh-oh.
Bullying.
Wait a second. By a third party. Of a third party. Wait a second. So what they're saying is they... Hold on, I need to check a bit. I think this is one of the parts that I did see during work. A third party. So if it's bullying that happens between the first and the contractor, yeah, if it's by them, it's okay. That's basically what they're saying here.
No bullying. Well, interesting. No discriminatory remarks or hate speech. Yuki.
No discriminatory remarks or hate speech. Pardon me, what? Have you seen your own streamers? Excuse me, what? I know at least one that's so in the red for this part. So in the red. It's not even funny. There are entire compilations of the guy and the racist stuff he says. And discriminatory and hate speech and so on. Bloody hell. Since the contract is between a color and a particular liver, any other liver is a third party. That's an interesting way to put it, Echo. However, they might also have the angle that anyone that belongs already to any color is still part, so the people who have signed the contract is still part of the first party. They could still wrap it around like that. Because not once was it mentioned that it's the management of any color who is the first party. No, just any color, the entire company. As far as I understand it. So I do believe they have a bit of a loophole. Except they try to impose them as contractors. Yes, but here's the thing. And again, it depends on what angle they want to use this as. Because from what I can see, one way or the other, they are so cooked. One way or the other, they are fried, deep fried even, some might say. They can either take the angle that they are contractors and they are also part of Nirisanji once they sign this, and that will, at least as far as the contract goes, not as far as the law goes, but as far as the contract goes, it will take a few things off. Or they can go the other route where they're not contractors. They are contractors, they're not employees. Which raises a whole different can of worms. As far as I'm concerned, they're cooked either way. It depends on which temperature they prefer at this point. And best part is they don't get to decide that. The law decides that.
Yuki! Hello! Yuki! Violating this provision. Hate speech.
Yeah, I think it was Yuki who said those things.
And charity meaning yacht money. Yeah, maybe. Usually charity
yacht
marathons
money,
will go
sure.
through something like Tilify, so none of the money is coming to the VTuber in the first place. They're encouraging donations, something or other. Yeah, so I think that's how.
Anyway, it should probably mean that anyone not among them anymore is off the table. So technically, I can't talk shit about Dokiber by the own damn contract. That's true. That is true.
Probably go. Zoko wrote this contract. He needs to regain his honor. Zako person says, I think a party A receiving stuff is pretty normal to protect the liver's identity, and how Gura won an award. It went to Hollow and sent it in Gura. Yeah, no, I'm not, guys, I'm not saying it's not like quote unquote standard. Once again, standard doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's great. And also, it kind of points.
Again, they did eventually send it back to Gura. That's not happening in Nijisanji, though.
Points to you that being a liver is tough, guys. Being a liver that people can consider is, before you sign with a giant company, you should consider what this is going to mean for you and whether you are willing to give this, give it your all.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you do give up.
Yes.
Wait.
Party BB means party B bullying. I like that. I like the specification of heterosexual intercourse. Does that mean homosexual intercourse is fine? I don't know why they would only put that in there. I mean,
Hold
let's go
on.
back here
Whoa,
for a second.
whoa, whoa. Yeah, go back.
It does specifically say heterosexual, but then it says sexual intercourse. So these are separate, right?
Yeah, they are separate.
Sexual and heterosexual. What I think this was I think it was a really.
Yeah, it's probably just badly translated, let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest here. It's probably just badly translated.
Bad translation.
Yeah.
So I think that's what went on there. But you know, it's still
Disgusting.
God damn it! I forgot.
very much so.
I avoided the clip so long. I forgot he uses them.
Erica Chaval says, little late, but can artists agreement overrule the contract and party B can't give rights to party A? No, it cannot overrule this. This would supersede the agreement. So this would supersede that.
I have heard stories of the Crunchyroll localizers. I'm not up to date with the situation. Or I don't think I got the full story at the time. And I kind of forgot about it. But I do know there was a couple of situations with that. Might want to look it up at some point.
That agreement. So this is superior to your agreement with an artist. Now, what that could do is it could actually screw the liver, screw the VTuber.
Let's move a bit forward.
By the way, this provision, this right here, this provision likely violates labor law. Here's why. Especially in America.
Return the permission of the program data with determination of the notify. Wait.
In other places.
They
right?
slowly
Especially
get replaced by ISB. Yeah, that's the initial stuff that I heard. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Yes, AI can do a few things. The second someone wants to, you give someone permission to mess, even to interact with the AI, even a little bit, you are so screwed. If you ever have the bright idea of letting the public interact with AI, you are boned beyond belief. Trust me when I say that. Zero curse words, zero forbidden words. I could turn the AI on its head in like 5 sentences if I'm being lazy. It doesn't even matter which one. Those two videos by Internet Historian. I think I know exactly which two you mean. I have watched most of them. I think I'm still missing 1 or 2 videos I haven't watched, but I have watched most of them. I think I know which ones you mean. But yeah, the more dependent people are on AI, the easier it will be for things to go wrong. Trust me on that. And that's saying a lot because humans aren't perfect. They are very, very far from perfect. I should know. I became an immortal, so I'm not a human any longer. We are some flawed beings. Jesus Christ.
Actually, even
I'm not even that religious. I just use it a lot. Because I feel like it really drives the point of how messed up some things are. And humans are definitely one of them. And yet AI somehow manages to be far worse in so many ways.
Apparently in Japan, there's a 30-day notice provision. If somebody is an employee, you can't just, like in Japan and a lot of places, some states, you know, places like California, they may have some sort of notice period or whatever else, you know. There may be some requirements to pause on that, right?
A buggy thing can only make a buggy thing. Yes. It will show the right time of... It's like kind of like a broken clock. It will show the right time of day like once a year or something like that. Twice a day or whatever it was. But other than that, just trash it and hire a person, honestly. It's really not worth the hassle and all of the issues it will cause in the long run. And yeah, about the notices that you do get, those are also covered by law in Romania. You are required to be notified. Now, what form that notification gets is a little wee bit different from place to place. It what was the exact wording? I do believe it has to be something that is that can be recorded. That's the exact wording I remember when I look up at the law in Romania. So an email message that works. An email message. I don't think they'll count a Twitter message as something that you can be fired from. Mail, little old style mail, that works. A vocal agreement, not really. It needs to be written, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, let's look a bit more into this.
But they're saying they can terminate anytime, which is very interesting.
Also, yeah, he did mention Japanese law does have a notice requirement. They're saying it can be at any time. I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one. It probably cannot be at any time.
Very, very interesting. Now, I know many states are at will in America. That's fine. But just pointing that out. Party A shall not be liable by damage for Party B. Okay. So hold on. Penalty. In the event that Party B fails under the following items, Party A may demand from Party B a penalty equal to 50% of the consideration.
Wait, what?
They're gonna take. So okay. You
Wait.
make 50%, right? You make 50%. So they're going to take another 50%. So you're only going to get 25% if you breach any of those other provisions. And if you terminate the agreement, due to any reason attributable to you, they're taking 50%. You're only getting 25%. If you terminate the agreement, even if, once again, for me, it's a reason attributable.
Wait, is that retroactive?
Reason attributable. Okay.
Hold on, I know it sounds stupid, but I have to ask: is that retroactive of all the consideration that you made with them since signing the contract? Because if it is, that's some stupid stuff. There's no way, right? Like, there is no way they can basically demand 50% of all the money you made with them because they terminated you. That's not how that works, right? Someone please tell me that I'm reading this wrong. There's no way I'm reading this right, correct? Something's wrong here, right? I'm probably too tired. I'm probably sleepy or something. I'm not reading this wrong. I'm reading this wrong is what I want to say. %50 of the amount of consideration. Of the amount of spending in which the... Okay. Yeah, okay, I should have read all of it. Okay, so it's not retroactive. It's fine. Okay, so... of the amount that you are terminated, they take 50%. That's... yeah, I think that's fine. Because you basically won't be working the entire month. Yeah, I'm definitely tired.
And then...
Wait.
Beyond that, Party A, any color, can demand a penalty from you up to the higher number.
The higher? Oh,
ladies and gentlemen,
excuse me.
The higher number. Let me max this out.
Yes, please. The higher.
So, above and beyond them taking half of what they owe you, they can demand the amount equal to the total amount of consideration. So they can take it all. They can take it all.
Okay, during the period.
Article 15, paragraph 4. Let's go back to Article 15, paragraph 4. What's that?
During the effective term of this agreement.
Article 15 is Article 15, right? Yeah, it's Article 15. Article 15, paragraph 4. So if you do this, they can take all your money. Okay. So if you distribute any images, including videos, without prior consent. So if you put out a video or images or anything without their consent, they can take all your money. That's what this says right here. They can take all your pay. That's your penalty if you breach that. Take it out. Take it all. Because you dropped a video. Let's go copy. Let's go copy. You guys seeing relevance here? You guys seeing the picture? You guys putting this together? You guys putting two and two together here? And if you guys are liking this, this analysis here, please like the video. Please like the video. Let's go back up for a second. So paragraph 5. During a period of 6 months after. So for 6 months after.
What?
For 6 months after. You cannot distribute anything. Wait. As a VTuber for a third party. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is this a non-compete? This is like a mini non-compete here. Wait.
I knew about this. When I talked with some other people in private about this thing. And I, of course, made sure that they won't leak that I knew about this. They didn't believe me. All of them said, nah, that's bullshit. I don't believe there's a certain word that perfectly describes what I'm feeling right now, and it's vindication.
Wait, what? For 6 months after the end of the agreement, Party B may not distribute images as a VTuber for a third party without prior consent. Now, I don't know. Now, I think when it says as a VTuber, this is related to their role and their character for Niji Sanji. But this is like essentially a mini non-compete that's tucked in here.
Also, I'm just gonna put this out there. The one I know about that has something very similar to this, with the same function, is not for 6 months. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's really weird. This is a really
I'm not saying if it's more or less.
To tuck in there. And to try to say that they're gonna come and hit you by taking all of your money, by assessing a penalty equal to the total amount, all of your money. That's extreme.
Yeah.
You can also ask for the total amount of remuneration, meaning payment, remuneration is payment, for any violation or money based on any violation of the contract. That would be kind of standard if you make a violation.
Yeah, that's standard.
Right? Okay, fine. Disclaimer of warranty. So we're going to go on to this. But before we do that, let me get some super chats here. Vox, you can...
Okay, let's jump a bit more. They'll probably make some good points there, but again, I do want people to check out the original video, so... Oh, that's a lot of highlight. Let's see what happens here.
So, it's like these things are kind of clashing, because...
But yeah, the previous part, what they basically say. And he assumed that they mean as the VTuber that the company owns. No. They specifically mean, I'm fairly certain that they mean you cannot do VTuber activities for a period of time after. It doesn't matter which VTuber. Or if it's a completely new thing. You just can't. As the physical person, you are not allowed by that contract. That's one of the reasons why a certain period of time passes when a Niji Sanji lifer is terminated until they reappear. That part right there is why a certain period of time passes before they reappear on the scene as someone else. Remind me how long it's been for... For Doki, it's been... I think it's been around 3 months for Doki, but not since the termination, so I'm not sure how it works for her. And I'm pretty sure she has done a few other things that go against the actual contract, but weren't, exactly legal, so, But I do believe for Matara, let me just check, because this is something we can check very easily. Hold on. Date. Okay, so we have this little date here. And then okay, let's see here for a second. So, she graduated from the VTuber agency on July 8th. Two, three. And on October 15, she debuted and so on and so forth. But this does make... But again, those dates, 4 months and a bit, yeah. Yeah, it's 3 months. It's 3 months. Dokibart was... Here's the thing. I don't know when exactly the period starts. I'm gonna add this as well. But again, do remember, she did debut a lot faster than other people. I will say that. Because as far as I'm aware, you can't really reinforce this. It's kind of hard to enforce. And I'm not sure how legal it is also, depending on where you live and so on and so forth. So that might also be a factor. I'll be taking a very short break. Be right back. Oh, I actually had the wrong thingamajig. Whoops. Okay then. Oh yeah, Kuro. Let's look up Kuro. I think it was something similar, if I remember correctly. I think I'll actually do that a bit later, because I really want to make a comparison list for several people. But again, I do know that the dates on these are different for different people. I can personally say that the number of months or some other unit of measurement is different. Make of that what you will.
Let me point out here. So this is bad lawyering. Thank you, Jeremy. You got a really good eye. You have a future as a lawyer. So this says 12 months, but if you look in this, but it's because it's talking about Article 15, paragraph 4 and 5. It's talking about 2 paragraphs. But if you go back to that article, this one says 6 months. So it's a little bit of a conflict, but what it is this one, I guess, applies for 12 months, and this applies for 6 plus. It could be, and you could be penalized for 12 months, I guess. It's a conflict, and this is sloppy lawyering. Sloppy lawyering. I'm just telling you guys, it's lazy. When Motion says, this definitely breeds clicks and favoritism. These penalties create a work environment where the in-group sucks out the out-group where everything is rewarded for it. Well, assuming this is this is how it goes down, yeah, I mean, I can see that for sure. And there's a lot of control, huge control. What, bro, guys, you know what this means?
Wait, he found the good stuff.
Provision 4 means that if there is a copyright strike, they are not going to help you with the copyright strike.
Okay, hold up. This is where I actually have something to say that's kind of relevant. So, remember I said that for the most part when I was with that other agency way back when, they didn't really get in my way, but they also didn't really help? Remember when I said that? There was a single instance where they did help. The one thing, actually no, one of 2 good things they did for me throughout the entire period of our contract, which I think lasted around a year or so, before they mysteriously vanished, as a lot of them did. One of them was getting monetization for my channel at the time. Not this channel, a different channel, way back when. The other one was dealing with copyrights. I didn't have to deal with copyrights, that was their part. They dealt with them for me. That was one of the good things. At most, they would ask me to provide proof that, yeah, this is my video, I worked on this, and so on and so forth. And where I got certain materials that I used in the videos. But for the most part, they handled that process for me. That's one of the reasons why I'm really considering joining a company at some point, if they can handle that stuff for me, because honestly it's a pain in the everything to deal with yourself. It's stressful and so on and so forth. I've done it before, even on my own. It's not fun. The fact that they literally say they're not gonna help you at all and you're on your own is wild to me.
They have no legal responsibility. They legally, they don't have to. Now, they may actually do it in reality because they want the money.
Okay, that's also
In
fair.
reality,
That's also fair,
they
actually.
do it, but they have no legal obligation to help you. They don't have a legal obligation to help you. They may do it.
In the contract I had, they did agree that they will handle legal disputes on my behalf. In the cases that copyright issues arose. And they did require me to provide the relevant materials to prove that I, and by extension them, were the copyright owners. So that was in the contract that I did sign.
They may actually do it because they want the money. If you get a copyright strike.
Not with Niji Sanji though. Just making sure that people understood that and don't clip it out of context. But with the company that I was with way in the ancient times.
Money. So it's up to them. What they probably do, the reality here is they probably consider, oh, is this okay to do or not? Some people said, yeah, livers got strikes by their own company. Makes sense.
That is stupid. I'm just putting out this out there. Getting struck by your own company is stupid.
And they might keep the strike. Right? So if a liver talks to a lawyer to try to get something on their corporate account unblocked, they have to pay for the lawyer. They have no duty to pay for that. Nothing. They have no duty.
That's so stupid.
Legally. Once again, they may practically help you, but legally they do not.
I still find that so
Crazy,
stupid.
Right? Crazy. It's nuts. Not the Halim says this contract sure is effed up. I don't know how to react exactly, but also you need to watch Shirokami Fubuki talk about how versatile glasses is. Oh, cool. Cool. Black Sheep Boy says
That's enough BS for today. Fair enough. Honestly, I think I'll jump a few more times, maybe like 3 more times, and then I'll end it myself. Because again, I don't want to have the entire video here, and I am gonna chop it up to pieces which are more relevant later on. But I did want to have this discussion with everyone, and I did want to see how much of what I knew can be found here. And apparently quite a bit.
I mean, that is...
Wait.
Now, wait a minute, Niji. No! Yeah,
Wait.
No, the contract...
Wait. Party B reserves a complaint or has a dispute with other VTuber. The external service providers... Yeah. Shall immediately notify. Okay, so they knew. Shall handle... Yet at its own cost and responsibility. Doki said there was no progress though. Doki specifically said that nothing happened. If I remember correctly. I might be wrong. If I remember wrong, that's on me. That's my fault. I take full responsibility for that. But I seem to remember her saying that pretty much they did nothing. Not even notify her of something. Or progress or anything.
Terms seem obtuse to the point where they seem intended to confuse. More than that, they're intended to cause issues. This is big, guys. This is huge.
Yeah.
I would never expect this one. The why they put see, I get the other, like, I want to can I unhighlight this? Let me unhighlight this, okay? I'm gonna unhighlight this, okay. So I get the external part, right?
Yeah.
So with this, I get it, right? This I understand. So this, I get it, right? I understand that part. This is what I don't understand. Right?
Yeah,
Actually, let me
that's
redo that.
questionable. That's very, very questionable.
So what I think they should do, what this should have been, was this should not be there. This.
No, it only says that the VTuber themselves have notified the agency and they have to deal with the situation on their own way. No. Party shall handle the... Wait. No, you are right. They have to handle it on their own. And they have to report the progress to party... What the This is some messed up shit. I'm just gonna put it out there. This is some messed up shit. If complaints or dispute happens in the workplace with a coworker, depending on the severity, you have 2 options. You either take it up with a superior, or you straight up go to the police. Those are the 2 options. And there is no in between. Actually, no, there is an in between. The in between is you work it on your own on friendly terms with the other person. That's very rare. It can happen between 2 adults that aren't stuck in middle school, I guess. But that apparently is a rarity in this day and age.
This other VTuber thing, that should not be there. They should have your back on that. I get this part.
But yeah, harassment at the workplace, that's if it counts as harassment, if it's at the level where it counts as harassment, straight to the police you go. And you get the police on their asses. That's how it works around here.
This part is fine.
The fact that people don't go to the police always when they really should, I am aware that happens. I'm not exactly sure why that happens in some cases. But let's say I understand some of the other cases where maybe they don't want to escalate things so much, or they have other reasons for not doing it. Let's say I kind of understand some of the cases. I can see why. But still, that's an option. That's what the law says, at least here in Romania.
But the other VTuber part is it is significantly bad. I'm sorry, but this is bad. All right.
Wait, and part 4 later on says that if an agency gets some complaint due to a VTuber activity, pay if the issue was caused by... I'm sorry, what? Part 4 later on says that if an agency gets some complaint due to a VTuber's activity, the VTuber will have to pay if the issue was caused by a VTuber's action. You're gonna have to clarify a little bit what you mean by that. I assume you just copy-pasted it because of how badly it's worded there. But you're gonna have to clarify a little bit on what you mean by that one.
In the event that Party A receives any claim from external service provider on infringement of rights with regards to Party B shall compensate Party A
Oh, he was literally at it.
for the amount they're forced to pay. So essentially, they're on the line. All right, let's get the termination.
Okay, the termination's the big bit.
Let's get the termination. This is the spicy stuff. Here we go, baby. Very excited. I'm very excited, and I'm glad I'm hanging out here with 70 part. Very concerning. Very concerning. But let's get this last one here. Face Connect. Actually, I'll get 3 more super chats, then we're gonna go on with termination. Okay. I know you guys are ready for this. Now I don't know about Niji, but like for Phase Connect, I mean they do.
You Terminator team, I don't know.
At this point, I'm sure Jill could smear poop on a 4,400 sheet of A4 paper and come up with a better.
To be fair, the contract, I'm sure it has a lot of BS that we skipped. Because again, I've been skipping to it because I do want people to check out the full video. It should be his video, his work, but I did want to also get my own thoughts and experience on it and my own reaction on it. I'll probably be watching the video myself later in its full volume of the video. Full contents, I should say. Because I am interested in this.
In other jurisdictions, Canada, other places, even in Japan, this is going to look like an
okay.
Needing any
There we
kind
go.
of notice from Party A whatsoever, Party A may terminate this agreement, including the individual agreement in this section, in this article. In the event that Party B breaches any of the provisions and does not cure for a reasonable period of time. So this is termination, reasons they can be terminated, right? So Party A, so Niji Sanji, right? Without any notice, they do not need any notice whatsoever, right?
No. Over here, you need to give written notice. Or a recordable notice of some sort. Not any notice. No. That, you don't get away with that here.
Without. So they need no notice. They can terminate it for any of these reasons. Any of these reasons. If they breach any provision of the agreement, well, that's kind of standard. And do not.
Yeah, that's standard.
Time reasonable being a vague term, but that's very normal. And
you'll wait for the abridged version. No problem. Thank you for keeping me company, Echo. And I do hope you have a lovely rest. You won't distract me with tangents. No. Tangents are fun. Tangents are good. They are the spice of the commentary and the reaction. At least that's my belief with it. But to go and get your well-deserved rest.
Contracts. Party B receives a seizure, provisional seizure, disposition for tax delinquency, or an auction. Interesting.
That
If they
is
file
interesting.
bankruptcy, they have a corporate arrangement, rehabilitation, or reorganization, or liquidation. Well, that's actually okay. I can understand that. In bankruptcy,
okay.
weird things can happen, so they wouldn't want them to like lose the IP in bankruptcy. So, yeah, okay. If there's an act of betrayal, or an act against the public order and morals, and party A determines it's unreasonable to continue. An act of betrayal. That's so Japanese.
Yeah, that's very Japanese.
You have betrayed us. Doki-sama. A mutiny. If a check or bill is dishonored, or if there's a situation such as payment suspension. So if Doki didn't pay her artist, they could terminate her for that, I guess. And then in the event Party A terminates this agreement, the provisions of the preceding paragraph, Party A may demand that Party B deliver the deliverables that have been completed or in the process of being completed by the time of such termination.
Okay.
Okay. You will honor my textbook. Shall be determined upon separate discussion. The allegation from other people is that the 2% is merch. That is not included in this agreement. So just to understand, that's...
Yeah, that was more or less confirmed that it's 2% merch. And yeah, it's not included in the agreement.
Technically not here. I'm not saying that. Right? So, but it could wipe their ass with that one.
Wait,
right?
wait. Go back.
This is extreme bullshit. This is extreme bullshit. This is very questionable. And this type of provision, look, there are times when an automatic acceptance, like an amendment.
Oh yeah, no automatic acceptance is bullshit.
In an employment context, this type of amendment is not in America. This is like the judge is throwing this shit out. They're wiping their ass with that one, right? In America, right? That's some crazy shit. That they can just amend the entire agreement, like, because the thing is, it doesn't say that they can't amend the payment. They could even change from what this says. They could even say, oh yeah, we're changing it so you now only make 2% of super chat revenue, right? And if you don't object, then it's counted as there. If you're in the hospital, yeah, even if you're in the hospital, it doesn't have a carve out. Black Sheep Boy doesn't have a carve out. It does not have a carve out for if you're in the hospital. Doesn't matter. 14 days. No, you don't respond. Doesn't matter if you're in the hospital. Whatever. You got to accept it. Our amendment is...
Yeah, no, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but if I remember correctly, if there are changes to an employee contract, you need to sign that you have taken notice of said changes. Even when you get a pay increase, you have to sign that, yes, this is now your payment. And I know because I had several pay increases during the years I've worked. I think it's been 2 years so far, maybe even 3 since I started working at my current workplace. I have had a few pay increases in that time, and for each and every single one, I had to review the contract with the new terms, the new payment, and so on and so forth, and then sign it.
It sticks. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts. Guys, like from a legal perspective, as a lawyer, this blew my mind. I read this, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Can me in the chat go over this tomorrow? Yeah, sure. You can clip and go over what I'm doing tomorrow if you want.
Oh, perfect. So we can go over it.
If you want to review my 4-hour stream, you can do it. You feel free.
Okay, so we can go over the 4-hour stream. It's fine, but I'm guessing it's the thing with It's basically the thing with YouTube and reactions and so on and so forth. You can't just re-upload the entire thing. It needs to be transformative. It needs to be your own impressions, points of interest, commentary, and so on are added to all of this. So it becomes something else. And it also gives people a reason to check out the original thing. Okay. I knew there was something like this. I couldn't remember the exact part I watched because it was still going. And at the time I was at work. I was at work and busy as hell. And I was like, okay, I have like a 20-minute break until I have to go back in that hell. Let me just open YouTube and see what I can find to calm myself down. Ooh, this is going on. Okay, so around... Yeah, I think around this part is what I saw during my work break. Something like that.
Assignment of this agreement. Party B shall not assign, transfer, create security on, or otherwise dispose of a status under this agreement or rights or obligations to a third party without consent. This is normal. Normally contracts. So for once, this is normal. Normal for Niji.
I won't change the way that I'll do the VOD, but I'll probably leave the complete VOD up now because I did see that, yeah, he did give the okay of going through it with chat and so on and so forth, and reviewing the stream. It's not a full stream, and I did go on quite a few tangents here and there, either relative or not as related to the subject at hand.
You are usually not allowed to transfer it without prior approval. That's actually normal. So,
yeah, that's normal.
If you transfer it to a third party, party A may transfer its status, under this agreement, and party B will be deemed to have agreed to the transfer. So party A can transfer, but party B can't. That's honestly not too non-standard.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
What's up, Karima, in the chat? I see you. I see the ponies in the chat. The horse emojis are coming soon. Don't worry.
Exclusion of antisocial... What the...
All right. Exclusion of antisocial forces. Now, this is super Japanese, and this is something we don't have in English. So calling stuff antisocial forces. So each...
I don't think we have that in Romanian either.
Not an organized crime group. So Niji Sanji is any color is warranting it is not an organized crime group. Are you sure?
Are you sure about that?
Because after this contract, I'm not confident anymore. Right? A group affiliated to organized crime, a group that carries out activities that are contrary to public welfare or other antisocial forces. Right? Oh, man.
Funny enough, hold on. It is not currently... Okay, so not currently an organized crime group, a group affiliated to, or a group that carries out activities that are contrary to the public welfare. Okay, so currently. So technically, right now, I mean, even before, but right now, I'm 100% okay to join Niji Sanji, technically, just by that law. If we go by only that part of the article. This is slightly a joke, because people who have been here for a while have heard me mention it before. I have been in a gang before. Not the type of gang you have in the USA. Those guys are scary, I'm gonna be honest. There was one such gang here, and I kinda helped to break it down with my own. Because the police were absolutely incompetent at the time. They are far more competent now. Far more competent now. But the police at the time, in the city where I was before, Jesus fucking Christ. I had to do like half of your jobs. And I was a kid back then. The only reason I got any amount of respect back in the day was because I was the only one even trying to fix all of the things that were wrong in that city. And there were so many problems. And the only reason I succeeded is because even the people who were in the other gangs got tired of that one particular gang messing up everything so royally. But that was many years ago. Now it's fine. The gangs have disbanded. Both mine and theirs and so on and so forth. We also never did break the law. Mine didn't, at least. I may or may not have information about the others that I did provide to the relevant authorities when it was required and asked. And that's about as much as I can say on the subject. Currently, I am not affiliated with anyone, but in the past, I would have looked at this and be like, do I qualify or not? Do I keep quiet about this? Okay, there's also the part of crime. Technically, not a crime. Again, we didn't break the law. Organized group, definitely. Criminal organized group, not really. Not really. We did have a bit of a gray side. I will say that much. We did have a bit of a gray side. We did, well, I mostly bluffed my way to a lot of stuff. And that at time included threats. I will admit to that. Not my proudest moment. I hate lying because I had to do it for so long, just so I can have a safe day in my life where I'm not beaten to a pulp and robbed and had my stuff stolen and broken and so on and so forth. Those were dark days. It did get better. And I will say that I don't regret a lot of the things that I did in that time, surprisingly. Mostly because there's not a lot to regret. I can say the same for the other 3 gangs that were in the city at the time. A lot of those have a lot of things to answer for, and some of them are still even now answering for those crimes. Moving on.
So you're not any way linked to gangsters, anything else. And if you are the party, this can be terminated, right? If it's discovered you're linked to the Yakuza, any other thing, you can be terminated.
Only if it's discovered. Interesting.
I have a feeling that after the stream, Nietzsche will be in shambles. Yo, this is eye-opening. Yeah, I'm going to try to get some clips out here, and hopefully you guys can review this and clip this. You are allowed to clip this as much as you want. Go right ahead. Please do get this word out there. Get this word out there because Nietzsche doesn't want you to know. For the chat, the Yakuza are legally formed groups. Well, the relationship.
It's a bit of an interesting relationship the Yakuza have. I'll leave it at that and let him explain.
Between the Yakuza and the government and the industry in Japan is complicated. We'll say that.
Yeah, complicated.
See, Andrew, totally sus. Trust me, we're not criminals, says every innocent person ever. No, guys, this is probably a required provision in Japanese contracts. So they just put it in there. To be fair, I'm being really fair here, guys. I'm not trying to just dunk on Niji because you guys want to dunk on Niji. This is probably a required clause. Yes,
it is probably required. Let's be honest here.
Severability, also, this is standard. Every contract has a severability clause in it. So this is something, once again, these clauses probably legal. So I think somebody asked earlier what clauses would stay in. These clauses will probably be fine. Severability and antisocial forces are fine.
Yeah.
So in the event that any of these terms and conditions are decided to be invalid or unenforceable,
Hold on.
pursuant to the Consumer Contract Act or any of the laws or the like, the remaining part, which is decided invalid or unenforceable, shall continue to be effective. So if you get one part of the contract invalidated, the rest is still validated. Severability means you can sever out parts. That parts can be deleted and the contract is still valid. So if this,
that also works in Romania like that.
Got all struck, right? So like what do we do here? What is it? Strike through, right? So let's say they strike this. The rest of the agreement is still enforced. That's severability, okay? That is severability.
Okay.
Delete. Whatever. Let me undo that. Undo.
Let's go a bit forward.
Yeah, okay. So you're right. So when party B is talking to party A, they have to talk in the way that they want to. Yes. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Very good point. Thank you so much, Crimson. So very much thank you for that point. So the point that Crimson pointed out is party B to party A. So they're prescribing the way that party B, meaning the liver, has to talk to party A, any color, not prescribing it the other way. But you would assume hold discussions
Wait.
in good faith.
I remember
Luigi
this part
Sanji
as well.
regarding any of its livers. Act in good faith. I'm asking you.
Good faith.
And I see
Lamau.
the answer in the chat. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think you need to see the chat.
Well, I know loves how I pronounce their name.
Nope.
What's up, brother? Thank you so much.
Lamau, what?
Turnover rate
No,
14,
X,
that's
never.
not so bad.
Define good faith.
Not so bad. By reading this, you agree to the contract. I can change it at any time. Also, if you cancel the contract, all parts of the contract will still apply. Yeah. What happens if the livers are forced to work in Japan? Well, then Japanese labor law would attach, Japanese law would attach. So if they're working in Japan, the Japanese law will be relevant. Look, I'm not a Japanese lawyer. I don't know whether this is legal.
That is
Japanese
true.
law. I don't know. I can't give you that opinion.
That is an interesting
I have
thing to
questions
consider.
about it, though.
They
And
could
frankly,
technically do it.
from like a
Force them to live in
worker
Japan
standpoint,
and work there.
I don't know. I gotta ask some of my Japanese friends and maybe a follow up on this. Like, I'll try to get in contact with some of those guys and see if they're willing to talk, maybe even off the record. Now that I've gone through this, Article 28 has the power to save the contract from death, but not itself. Indeed. Wait, contradiction. Article 28 is not survivable. Oh, you mean the surviving doesn't survive? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. The
Wait.
surviving provision article is not actually surviving. That's actually really funny.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, that's really funny. Also, just to see in here, and I just want to put this little last part here so you see it. But at the end here, you see who to contact, any color. Midtown East, 11th floor, 972 Akasaka, Minatoku, Tokyo, Riko Tazumi, representative director. So, good old Riku is signing for any color. So that's what we got here with the contract with the document.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I skipped enough parts to make sure that people will be interested in checking out the original. And now that I did see a confirmation that he's okay with the reactions, I think I'll leave this in as well. But I'll also make the clips and I'll have them as shorts. That way you can get more word out there. We can get more eyes on the situation. I think that's the main thing here. We want more eyes on the situation itself. Okay, that's something else. Don't worry about that. So I'm gonna just take this, add it to the description. Original same by Legalmindset, and boom, there we go. I'm not gonna add any of my socials here. I do believe what's most important is that people are informed that this contract, what it is, what it means, and I skimmed through it, and we still found several things that were like, what the heck? It's still not as bad as I thought it was, from what I know. But I feel like those are the parts that I skipped, and I highly urge people to check them out on your own. The video is both pinned by me in the chat, as well as now in the description. Again, I think I'll be leaving the stream as a VOD, and then I'll actually make clips, both of his stream, to highlight more pieces of his, as well as my own, and we'll see what sort of a mix we can get going. I'll also be quite busy this week. I have mentioned it on the channel before, so I am not sure when that will happen. Unfortunate as that might be. That's wrong. That's the wrong button. I disappeared myself. That was not my intention. Hold on. Okay, and there we go. We got the TV out as well. Thank you everyone for watching, for keeping me company during this interesting time, shall we say. I do hope you've at least found some enjoyment, if not some education and information, that will hopefully provide you the knowledge necessary to avoid being in such a situation as a lot of these livers are, because I've seen a lot of the hate they got. Personally, I feel like, one, it's misdirected. They should not have gotten the amount of hate that they did. It's fine to unsubscribe for them as a form of protest. I do not deny that. But the things that have been said about them, I feel like were too much, far too harsh. And it should have been a push to help support them better by the company first and foremost. And also to show that they have the fan support if they decide to cut ties with the company. I think that was something that was very important for the livers to hear. The people that are behind the Nirji Sanjay avatars. I think that was something that they needed, a lot of them needed to hear. And they didn't get that. That's my impression on the whole situation currently. And right as I started this, I don't know if I showed it on the screen, but I did see there were other developments that I'll be checking in my own private time. Hopefully they are minor or good news. I don't have a lot of hope for the good news, but maybe it's not that bad. It's a sad situation where the best you can say is maybe it's not that bad. Also, I do hope this shows a little bit of what it goes into being a content creator. For example, the rates that you can expect from a company in most cases. There are exceptions, but in most cases, yeah, 50% the rate of the chats, the revenue, the ad revenue, so on and so forth. That's pretty industry standard, unfortunately. I'm currently not under any company contract, so I can, and the past companies that I have had, the past company, singular, that I have had a streaming contract with, dissolved into thin air and disappeared, and the NDA also expired in the meantime. So I'm free to talk about it. I'm not sure if I can still find the contract. I kind of buried that part of my life. But if I can find it, I'll try and get it to him and see if we can find a few common points just to get a bit of context on what other companies have done. Because I feel like that's important. I also did say what I clearly remember from my own experiences with said company. They didn't advertise me, except for like at the very beginning, they advertised one of my videos, and that was it. They were like, hey, this person joined our network. And then they basically never did almost anything again. They did help me gain monetization pretty fast once I met the requirements at the time. That was the second thing they did. Actually, no, that was the first big thing that they actually did. And the second one was when I did get hit with a copyright strike, they solved it for me after I sent them the materials and the proof that I did make the damn thing and so on and so forth. So again, I didn't have the worst of deals out of it, and I did make some money in that period. Hell, this is crazy to think about, but I made more during my time with that company that didn't really help all that much. I made more with them on my own efforts than Doki did as Selen in that year. If that doesn't put into perspective how insane the situation currently is with some of the companies out there, I don't know what will. Good night, everyone. And I do hope the next time we will see each other, it will be on more amusing terms. more entertaining terms. I'm basically saying I want to play more games, damn it. As interesting and as fun as it is to take a peek into real world events and whatnot, I feel like that's not what I want my content to be. There are times when I want to talk about it, when I feel like I can add something to the discussion with my own experiences and whatnot, but it's not what I want my content to be in general. Just so we're clear. Okay, I'm yapping on quite a little bit. Have a wonderful day. Okay, I even forgot I had this screen. Huh, that's the wrong button. Well, goodbye everyone, and good night.